Hello, everybody. Hello. What is going on? Welcome to another Copy That's one and only Whetstone Wednesday. The only Wednesday that happens to be a Whetstone or a Whetstone that happens to be a Wednesday. Anyway, a whetstone, very simply, is a sharpening tool. It is something that you use to sharpen a knife, a sword, an axe, anything pointy, really. And just as you want your sword to be pointy, you want your copy to be pointy too. And so the whole purpose of these particular streams is to collect copy that is being written by our patreon.com/the copy that show subscribers and go over it, give people a sense of what they're doing, what they could be doing better, what they're doing right, etc., etc. And we're trying to do it in a public space so that everybody can learn from each other in at least a free way. Though, of course, to get your copy reviewed, you do need to be a Patreon subscriber. Now, hello. I hope you all can hear me. I would love to see some Y's in the chat if my audio and visuals are coming through. It'd be very embarrassing if I just did that whole spiel and nobody could hear it. Lovely. Wonderful. Oh, delightful. I hope that this particular Wednesday finds you all exceedingly well. We have a very exciting thing coming out tomorrow, depending upon when you are watching this, I guess spatially in time. But tomorrow we are basically announcing that we are going to be coming back and making videos again. And so this is basically going to be the last month before we enter into our 4th season. And, I was actually thinking about shaving like everything before I started the stream, and I decided against it. And so I'm feeling a little scruffy at the moment. I appreciate the compliment nonetheless. Before I get started in looking at any copy, one of the things that I like to start doing, just to give people some time to filter into these streams, is to answer any questions you might have. The typical ones are, of course, how do I get clients in 2025? Or should I be worried about AI? So if you have any questions that you'd like me to answer before I jump right into reviewing some copy, I'd be happy to help you out. Let's see. Not getting as many questions as usual. Good afternoon to yourself. All right. Well, if nobody has any questions and nobody's going to submit any questions, then I am going to jump. Oh, well, the obvious answer to this is very simply that the more bald you are, the more head you get. So, what makes a good Facebook ad? 3 things. One is it stops the scroll. So you have to think about, whenever you're writing copy, you have to think about the medium that you are writing for. And so, for example, if you're on a long form sales letter and sales page, what have you, you can pretty much assume that a person's going to be sort of like buckled up for the ride. You don't have a whole huge amount of time that you need. Sorry, you do have a huge amount of time that you can actually like get and keep their attention. There's more leeway there. Same thing with commercials. But with a Facebook ad, like, people are habitually used to scrolling past stuff that they do not find immediately different, relevant, or interesting to them. And so scroll stoppers are very much something key to all Facebook ads that you need to master. And there are a few ways to do that. One that works really well for medical and health devices is actually just to show something very disgusting, but like within the parameters of safe. Popping pimples, for example, is a big one. Or like being about to pop a pimple, but before it bursts, like doing a hard cut to show something else. Using cliffhangers like that make for really good hooks and scroll stoppers. The second thing that makes for very good Facebook ads is some sort of benefit, but you want the benefit to be intriguing. You want the benefit to be not like, if you buy this product, you will get $80,000 sort of thing. more like you want to spell out the benefit as like, find out the secret that's leading, such and such type of person to make, up to $80,000 per month, things like that. The purpose of the intrigue is to get people to click. So you need to have a very clear CTA. What are people going to be landing on when they click the thing? In that way, and I often say this, writing Facebook ads is actually very similar to writing lift copy. If you've ever written an email lift, you have basically all the skills that you need to write a really good Facebook, at least text ad. But it also confers like a lot of benefits over to writing VSL scripts for Facebook as well, if you know how to do that. So yeah, doing lifts, it's a very good skill to master if you want to do Facebook posts. So there you go. That's my answer for that. That's what makes a good Facebook ad. All right. I'm starting on Upwork, but most jobs require extensive SEO. Is that an industry norm? Let me try to explain this as delicately as possible. A lot of businesses bought into the marketing hype around SEO. And so a lot of business owners who know very little about marketing falsely assume that SEO is a thing that they need. SEO is not a real thing. It was invented by a marketing agency. And now all of a sudden, search engines such as Google now offer help with search engine optimization. But you have to understand that SEO as a concept is an invention. A lot of business owners do not realize that. And just like any type of marketing, some marketing strategies work for some businesses and some work for others, and some are just plain old not good for every business. Now, with that in mind, you have to sort of learn to sift through the job postings a little bit, because a business might be asking for SEO experience and they don't actually want SEO. They might not even know what SEO entails or means. All they understand is I am have business, I am need marketing, SEO is a marketing, and that's it. And so you, as a prospective copywriter, need to be able to frame your stuff and yourself as being knowledgeable enough to not only know when a business needs SEO, but also, whether or a business needs SEO or not, or conversely, whether when they ask for SEO, they're actually asking for something else. Whole complicated psychological thing that you have to sort of navigate there. Now, here's the thing with SEO. It's constantly changing. And in fact, if you go into the channel's videos, I have a whole rant about SEO, about why it's bad and only bad people do SEO and stuff like it's. And I'm joking about that for the most part. Everybody knows that sales copywriters are the worst people. I kid. I joke. It's all jokes. It's all love. But when it comes to like SEO, like the actual technical things that you need to know to be good at SEO change month by month, year by year. Why? Because these search engines are constantly changing their algorithm. So what ends up being optimal for one search engine algorithm ends up not being optimal for the next. So what is a girl to do? Well, it just means that like you need to be able to present yourself as knowing SEO, but also like you have to understand like how to articulate everything that I just described to you to a business owner, because a business owner is not going to understand that like the SEO practices of 6 years ago do not fucking work today. They just know that they need SEO. And in fact, that actually gives you an advantage when you are applying for jobs that ask for SEO, because somebody that has 10 years of SEO experience probably learned SEO 10 years ago and probably has not updated their skills very much, especially if they've been making money doing it. So those are things that you want to keep in mind. Can you guys please make a masterclass about Facebook and YouTube ads and their scripts? I'd be so happy. Yeah, this has been something that a lot of people have been requesting, but we've been putting it off because, well, a few different reasons. One of them is because, like I said, what works for lifts works really well for these things too. Another thing too is that the trends of Facebook ads and what actually gets attention for Facebook ads and stuff like that it changes. Like all these algorithms are doing is following people's realm of interest. And the realm of people's interest is constantly evolving. And so if you are not evolving with people's interest, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. Your ads are not going to be successful. And so if we make a Facebook ad masterclass, we want to make sure that we're not giving away like a series of templates or tools or frameworks that work now or worked a year ago, but will not work a year from now. So, it's a delicate, when we make our masterclasses that are more principle based rather than tactical based, like we have to be sensitive and make sure about that. Mentioned you knew how to make Ozempic before. Will you share where you read about it? Just look up. Ozempic, semaglutide. You can look up the recipes for compounded semaglutide just online. All of it was derived from Gila monster venom, of all things. It's just there online. You can look it up. How do you build a sales funnel for a business that offers multiple info products at the same price? Clearly have trouble thinking of how to do upsales. In that case, is cross-selling the move? In that particular case, cross-selling is usually the move, but I will give you a little tipperoonie. One thing is you can actually go to this business and try to create some sort of back end. I'm like hidden by your question. And this back end, what makes a good back end? It is bigger, it is faster, it is closer to the guru, it is, it involves like either done for you or it involves done with you. Okay. So those all, if you can get a product or transmogrify any one of the products or even the product that people buy into something with those characteristics, then all of a sudden you have a workable backend and you can charge extra money for that. So if you can't build a backend, what can you do? What you can do is take their best-selling product and treat that now as the front end. And then the back end would be just a bundle of the other products. And you would sell that either as like exclusive access, you would, sell that as like, some sort of like VIP access to the rest of things. You want to basically sell the deal. And so if you're selling like a $50 front end, like, all their front end info products are like $50, you can sell a bundle of the rest of them for X number amount. I've also seen people do flex backend offers where like you can say like choose any 3 of our other masterclasses that suit your needs the most. And basically then you have like a customer service rep work with the customer to choose and set up their accounts and stuff like that. Not a whole lot of CRMs and product softwares allow for flex offers very easily. And so that's something that you would have to work out with the business. But yeah, another thing too with cross-selling is, let me put it this way. If you sell something, like for example, you sell an info product about, I don't know, creating your own vertical farm inside of your house, the best back-end sale or best cross-sell for that is going to be either, hey, instead of us teaching you how to do it, we'll build it for you, or hey, we'll send you the parts, or hey, like we'll actually do this, or hey, we'll send you your first packet of seeds or whatever. These are all coherent back-end sales because they fit with that initial sale purchase. But if you sell a vertical farm info product on the front end, and then you try to sell people on like how to like refill your own shell casings with ammunition, you're going to run into some trouble because there's a discontinuity there. There's a decoherence. And the more decoherence you have, the harder it's going to be to cross-sell products. So that is something that you want to keep in mind. The best way to cross-sell on the back end that I found is definitely with a bundle offer. And you can do that either right at the point of purchase, or you can do that in the email sequence that immediately follows the purchase. I hope that answered your question. Yes. Facebook ads do respond well to the dick. How would you navigate a client wanting to change the role he hoard for you? Newsletter copywriter and blog content writer to something you don't have experience in, content strategist. This is a sort of like you have to, your mileage may vary kind of thing. Like you have to go with where your comfort is. But I will say that the people that I've seen have the most success, and the most success that I've seen in my personal life has always been when I try to bite off more than I can chew. When I say yes to projects that I am not 100% confident that I can execute well, I just throw myself at them anyway. One thing that you have to kind of keep in mind is that, like, how do I say? You are always going to be feeling like you can't sort of tackle these roles. But you also have to keep in mind, too, that these roles are made up. Like a content strategist for one business is going to have a completely different role than a content strategist for another business. A copywriter for one business means like SEO and blog writing. Whereas like in my world, where I was sort of forged, copywriter means you write long form direct response sales letters, and everything else is a fucking faker. So like you have to understand that titles don't carry as much weight in reality as a lot of people put into. The only people who really care about titles are HR people, and who cares what they think. So one thing that I would caution you about is like doing something that makes you really uncomfortable, but at the same time, you only grow when you like get to that periphery of your skill set and then try to push beyond it. And what you might find is that ultimately you're doing the same thing, you're just getting paid more. So that's something that you want to keep in mind. Where can I find the SaaS swipe file Jonathan talked about in the old video? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not Jonathan. I don't know about any SaaS swipe file, and I'm not sure which video you're referring to. If a piece of copy isn't executed well, can you make up for it with a compelling offer? Compelling. Listen, the video that you want to watch is my rant about tables. If you go back into the deep archives of Copy That, we have a whole video on like what happens if you totally mess up a client relationship or a project that you write for a client. You like a compelling offer. I guess I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. Like I think I'm going to scroll ahead to see if you're trying to clarify here. No, you haven't. I think you mean like not you've botched the project, but do you mean like the copy itself is not very good, but you think that the offer can actually make up for it? Like I'm trying to understand what your question even is. If you mess up the project, go watch my tables rant from 2 years ago. But Matt, I'm curious to understand your question a little bit better. I want to hear a pro copywriter's way of handling a client who delays payments so often. Yeah, you fire the client. Like, if you're a pro copywriter and you are making a person money, like, you have the power. Like, you are the one driving their business. You send them an invoice. You say payment due within 7 days. And then you say, you know, we're going to have to delay work or pause work until accounts payable catches up. You know, you act like a business. And, you know, if you withhold work, the client can't benefit from your work. So it's very much a, how should I say, a give and take sort of situation there. The latter. Oh, okay. Yeah. So actually, this is an interesting thing because a lot of people say that copy is king, but really the list is king, and then offer is sort of second in some cases. Sometimes copy is third. You can make a multi-million dollar, and I mean 9-figure business with a good list, that is the list of customers that you're reaching out to, and a good offer and terrible copy. And in fact, Copy That purposefully has bad copy because we are trying to cultivate a highly qualified list and really good offers for that list. that's basically been the secret of our success. We literally are saying, like, listen, pay attention to us, because we are not trying to sell you on something that is not going to help you. So that is a purposeful strategy that can work really, really well. Now, here's the thing. If you can get all three of them together, copy, offer, and list, we're talking a lot of money. But in terms of like importance and sustainability, good list, good offer are the two things that you need the most. A lot of businesses succeed despite not having particularly good copy. Nice. Is approaching a new client with marketing abilities upfront too much for them to not trust you yet? Or do you start with small tasks for them first? It really depends on how you meet the client, how you pitch the client, how you initially engage with the client. Like, for example, if you are selling copywriting services to a client, but you sort of tease in your initial emails that you are also like a marketing strategist, that's going to make the later conversation of doing marketing strategy for them a lot easier, because you can be like, hey, remember when I mentioned? And so those are all things that you want to keep in mind, that, your skill sets are not, how should I say, compartmentalized. And whenever you're selling yourself to somebody or like collaborating with somebody, you want to make sure that they're aware of your other skill sets and what else you can do too. Daniel Throssell basically puts it this way, which is that you should always be self-promoting. And there's like obnoxious ways to do that, and then there's less obnoxious ways to do that. I personally say just do whatever. Like, you have to figure out what works for you. But I've definitely known people that like will point out, oh, hey, like I can do that for you for this, or I can do that. They're always upselling. They're always self-promoting. And like in a personal context, that's really fucking annoying. In a business context, it's not annoying, especially if the business owner sees the benefit of going with that and sees the value of working with you in a deeper way. So yeah, that's what I say there. Let's see. Let's see. Heading to the stream, got a few. What do I think about bait and switch ad? Irrelevant hook to the product service they are selling. I think that often causes more trouble than they produce benefit. The end. I used landing page tips from your videos and fixed my landing page more after Rod's critique. Google Ads pushed my client's website on page 1 despite me not knowing any SEO. Google values clarity. Yes, it absolutely does. There was, what is it? Google made an update to their search algorithm that was something along the lines of like semantic something or other, semantic nodes, or something along those lines. But basically, like back in the day, you would get to the top of the SEO ranks at the top of Google or any particular search just by stuffing keywords into your copy. But that's not the case now, because, especially with LLMs and things like that, algorithms can actually sort of like figure out like, oh, when you say this, you also mean like these 3 other things. So there's a lot more, how should I say, nuance to SEO algorithms that you need to pay attention to. So as long as what you're doing is relevant, distinct, like applicable to what people are searching for, Google wants to show your thing first. So keep that in mind. How to use the bed test for simple everyday products. I tried writing copy about pillows for side sleepers and have no idea how to make it fun, exciting. You, my friend, need to go and find ads for, I think it's called like the square pillow or the cube. It was an ad for a pillow that was entirely, it was like the memory foam, but it was purely cube shaped. So like the whole pitch for that ad was entirely about like how to make a pillow comfortable for side sleepers. And they did it extraordinarily well. And the way that they did it was by showing immediately the poor health outcomes of lying on your side and showing anatomically what happens when you are not sleeping with good support on your neck. You kind of look like this. And so that's one way to make a pillow for side sleepers pass the bed test, which is very simply, people want to be healthy. People want the pain in their necks to go away. And so that's where you start. You start where people care. You start with what people care about, and then you show how that product solves that particular problem. I hope that makes sense. Let's see. Ooh, should all businesses have an email list? Like even commercial companies? All businesses are commercial companies. They all engage in commerce. So I don't know what that is. But should all businesses have an email list? I don't think so. I don't think every business necessarily benefits from an email list. I think that if you are engaged in any sort of like direct sales, or if you sell any sort of product that like sort of necessitates or would have as an opportunity the chance to sell somebody again on something like a service or a product, then yeah, it makes sense to have an email list, because how else are you going to let people know that you have a service or product that they could possibly use again, or that they need now, or that you are releasing a new. And so that's what an email list is good for. But, I'm not going to be one of those evangelists who say that all marketing channels are useful for all businesses. You sort of have to pick or choose. And again, like, you have to think about what an email list is for. An email list is great for announcing things, for engaging people, for building rapport with somebody, and for selling new products or for selling other people's products. And some businesses just don't need that. For example, I owned a tutoring business, and nobody wanted to sign up to get emails from a tutoring business. They wanted to call somebody and set up time with a tutor. And so the funnel that we made was not email based, it was book a call based. And that worked really well for a long time. How would you recommend reaching out to businesses to pitch your copywriting services, even if they don't do emails then? Well, copywriting, I'm sorry. Email copywriting is a new thing. It's a big thing, certainly. But copywriting existed long before emails did. And copywriting exists well beyond the scope of email marketing. So if they don't do emails, there are hundreds of other things that you can provide. Brochures, landing pages, website copy, mailers, flyers, you can just go down the list. White papers. There's all sorts of things that you can do for business that doesn't do emails. And I think that it's, credit where credit is due. Copywriting gurus on YouTube and Instagram do an extremely good job of hyping up the value of emails, because I think people intuitively understand the value of them. They probably have an email address. Everybody has an email address. And so the sort of natural copywriting slant on emails is get paid. It takes very little time to write these. You could just do it from your laptop while sitting on your balcony in Miami. It doesn't take a whole lot of time or thought to get very good at it. You just swipe a bunch of people's stuff, blah, 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 get $5,000 a month. But not every business needs that. And once a business has hired somebody to do their emails, you want to be able to provide other services too. So again, you want to make sure that there's a balance between the types of skills and services that you can provide to people. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Looks like the questions have all been answered so far. So that takes me to now time to review some copy. Oh my God, this is so small on the screen. I need to boost that up. Okay, view, zoom. Can everybody see that? Maybe. Oh, that's too far. That's too much. We've gone too far. Oh, hello, Sean. This is an About Us page for a travel website. Affiliate marketing, but they also have a page where they sell tours and a shop page. And this is for a client. So looking for any criticism that would make it better. Thank you. Okay. So here's the thing with About Us pages. They are a really good credibility builder, but the big mistake before I look at this that a lot of copywriters make with About Us pages is that they treat it as somehow separate from the actual role of selling. And so the best About Us pages also operate in conjunction and coherence with the overall funnel, like channeling people to the different things that would interest them and generate a sale. So I'm going to read this with that in mind. Uncover the stories behind Barbados. Okay, that's uncoverbarbados.com. I don't know if I like this as a title for an About Us page. You might try something a little bit more intriguing, like something with a little bit more of a story, like, how we discovered the secret beauty of Barbados or something along those lines. Here's an interesting thing about stories. Humans have what are called glia in their brains, white matter, otherwise called mirror neurons. And an interesting thing happens when people read a story about somebody else experiencing something in words. If they experience sadness in words, the person reading those words, the same synapses that are responsible for sadness start to fire as well. And that is because your brain needs to experience things in order to understand what it is absorbing. So stories are a really, really useful thing to throw into About Us pages because what do? They are more emotionally engaging. They justify having basically like the existence of the page and the business. It creates rapport. It helps a person understand where a company is coming from. And it helps personalize a company too. And even if it's the most wretched non-human company in existence, telling a story helps to humanize it. It's just a natural human psychological thing. And so I don't know if I love this. I think you should play around with it a little bit. Welcome to Uncover Barbados. Every Barbadian, it almost feels like a fake word. Every Barbadian adventure has a fascinating history behind it. I'm not sure what that means. Uncover Barbados helps you discover these stories while you enjoy the island. Whether you're visiting the island to relax with your friends and family, conduct business, or reconnect with a romantic partner, UncoverBarbados.com can help you discover the stories behind Barbados attractions. Stories many visitors never get to experience. Okay. I see what you're doing here. You're trying to build a little bit of intrigue around the tours and experiences that you have attached to Uncover Barbados. I don't know if that's working yet. Every Barbadian adventure has a fascinating history behind it. I would change that to be more about the outcomes of people who go on these adventures. Every person who leaves Barbados leaves with their own unique story, period. That is how I would open that. So now it is less about Barbados adventures in the abstract. It is now about, when I go there, I will get to leave with a special just for me experience. And I would rewrite this based on that. A very common hook that you will see for these kinds of businesses is experience Barbados like a local. And I'm not going to say cliche because cliche has a sort of negative connotation to it, but we'll say that it's best by test. And the reason for that is because nobody who's a tourist wants to feel like a tourist. Tourism by nature makes you feel like an outsider to a place. Whereas if you experience it like a local, you are brought on the inside, and humans, social creatures that they are, desire to be on the inside of a community that they see from afar. And so these are the sorts of psychological triggers that you're sort of dancing around. I don't know if this is working for me yet. This feels a little weak fish. And I might reconsider your approach to this and have it be a little bit more outcome focused. Make it feel really like, I understand that you're trying to make it feel unique, but you want to make it feel unique, not in the abstract, but specifically for either the people that wrote the page or for the people that would engage in this company to go on a trip. My name is Patricia Fisher. As a child growing in Barbados, my grandmother would tell me fantastic stories about the island. These historical stories lingered in my mind long after I left Barbados for New York City. Later, I found myself drawn to the places in my grandmother's stories each time I visited. The problem with stories like that, listen, I'm sure if you submitted this, the company would be fine with it. I'm sure Patricia Fisher would be fine with this. But I'm going to give you an alternative, and I'm going to ask you your opinion of what you think a better opening is. Here, I'm going to tell you a story about the island of Barbados, and specifically the story behind uncoverbarbados.com. Option 1, we have, hello, my name is Patricia Fisher. Option 2 is, I cannot think about the islands of Barbados without thinking of the wrinkles in my grandmother's hands. Chat. Option 1 or option 2? Now, option 2, by a landslide. Why is that? Why option 2, faux show? The wrinkles in grandmother's hand. I see where you're going. Yeah. So Rashida, like, I'm just, for the sake of everybody else, I'm going to sort of spell out the thought process behind that. When you're telling a story, you don't want to say, please sit down around the campfire and let me tell you all a tale. Hello, my name is Sean McIntyre, and it is time for a story. No, you want to start people in the middle of the action. The action, we're kind of using metaphorically here. You can treat the action as being a very specific detail, a very specific concrete image, a very specific sensory experience. Storytelling is powerful, but storytelling that announces itself, unless you're writing metafiction of the 1970s and 80s, is not as powerful. And so that's something that you want to keep in mind, that for this person, for Patricia Fisher, when she's telling the story of Barbados, she's not telling the story of Barbados. She's telling the story of love, of grief, of complexity, of bittersweetness, of melancholy, of delight, of adventure, of excitement. You want to make sure that your copy, when describing this, sort of has that mix of emotions. You want it to feel like popping off the page, that there is that excitement that you can sort of tap into. And because of the neural pathways that I described before, a reader reading that will want to experience those things as well. In media res is the sort of Latinate version of what I just described, but yeah, that's what you want to do. Uncover Barbados was born out of a need to share the story behind all the exciting things you can experience in Barbados. For example, did you know the story of the fascinating history behind a popular attraction in Barbados here? Be more specific. You can experience these stories on my blog, tourist page, or shop page. I would separate those out personally. I would have a subhead and be like, get up to date insights about all the adventures you can have over Barbados by checking out the blog, and then have like a separate image that indicates the blog, and then subhead. Then you would be like, create your own memory, Barbadian memories. Don't use Barbadian. It's such a weird word. Here, and then like have the link you go to the tour page, stuff like that. I would separate each of these into its own subhead. And that way, like how should I say? It's the CTAs, the actual purpose of this page is not treated as an afterthought. So that would be my advice for improving this page. About Us pages are interesting. Like a lot of people sort of sleep on them. And that's because let's be real. You can have a perfectly fine multi-million-dollar business without ever having an About Us page. But we do find that they can improve retention, rapport, and increase click-throughs to the other parts of the web page that you can navigate to. So you want to make sure that you are capturing things as best as you can. Roshita, does that help? Does that answer any questions that you have? Or conversely, do you have more questions? And by the way, if any of you are wondering, like, how did he come up with that detail about Grandma's hands? It's from a Bill Withers song. It's literally called Grandma's Hands. So go listen to that after this. It's a very good song. It's very bittersweet and sad. It's like how should I say, Outkast's Hey Yeah, where it's like, oh, this is a fun upbeat song. And then you pay attention to the lyrics, it's like, oh, this is a very sad song. Would you start with Grandma's story at the very top or go with the paragraph featuring the visitor's payoff first? That is an extremely good question. And I'm going to say that there actually really isn't an answer. Personally, I would go with what the client wants most. But ultimately, with About Us pages, there's so little testing data and so little conversion data on these that I think it's going to be kind of a wash. I think that ultimately, like, you can do whatever you think feels right based on what you revise to. I hope that makes sense. Hell yeah, Bill Withers went to church on Sunday morning. Yeah, and ideas can come from absolutely anywhere. That is absolutely correct. I go on many spiels about the value of cultural capital. All of you, if you are aspiring copywriters, especially young aspiring copywriters, one of the goals that you should have in your learning of copywriting is to acquire as much cultural capital as possible. Watch the 100 best movies of all time. Read the 100 best novels of all time. Don't just absorb ads and marketing books. Anyway, so we are moving on to the second piece of copy that we're going to be looking today. But Roshita, thank you very much for sharing your copy with me today. I appreciate it. Let's see. Let's zoom in. So I don't have any context for this. Let me see if any context was put in the chat. Remember, it is a little helpful to understand, like, if you were submitting copy, what it is, what it's trying to do, who it's for, where it's going, etc. Okay, Medicare eligible employees pose HR challenges. Cold email number 1. So, person of interest is HR staff for mid-sized businesses, 25 to 1,000 employees. Okay, the subject line. So, okay, you are going to run into. It depends on how you got the list for the cold emails, but some cold email lists, you don't always have access to first names, or it's spotty at best, especially if they were scraped from databases and things like that. So be careful about these, what are called macros or liquid objects in subject lines that call out first names, especially if it's a B2B cold email. All right, subject, first name, the must-have Medicare guide for HR pros. That's not terrible. You might get a little spam flag with that exclamation point. But since this is a cold email, you're already risking getting put onto spam lists as well. So make sure that your deliverability is top-notch before you send out any email like this. A better one might be, instead of calling out a first name, you might try a challenge subject line. This is fine as it is. I don't have a problem with it. But another alternative might be something like, you know, HR pros, are you ready for the 2025 changes to Medicare? Like, have more of a challenge angle to that. That might actually get a lot of opens. Oh my God, this is 8 pages long. Preview, free Medicare question cheat sheet inside. All right. Hey, first name, Rodney Powell here. Not sure about that. Rodney Powell here. Think of me as the Dave Ramsey of Medicare, but more on that later. More on that later works really well in those sales situations where a person is already very interested in something and wants more details. But what does a person have to know or like understand in order to want to know more about what he means by I am the Dave Ramsey of Medicare? You need to know a lot. And first off, does everybody watching, all 40 of you, do you know who Dave Ramsey is? Do you even know what Medicare is? So this is obviously going out to somebody who would know what Medicare is. But you do run some risks with think of me as the Dave Ramsey of Medicare, but more on that later. For now, let's talk about making your life easier. This is starting off very salesy, and that is going to cause an uptick in bounces and unsubscribes, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's actually very good to be salesy, especially when you are trying to go for a sale, when you're trying to close people. Some people respond very positively to this, and the people that respond positively are usually the ones that are willing to spend a lot of money. It's the one thing that you have to keep in mind, though, is that you are going to run into some deliverability issues if you are sending this to a list and you're not getting the sort of sales that you expect. Listen, the whole HR gig isn't for the faint of heart. Hiring, compliance, benefits, and random employee curveballs. You're already juggling a million things, and then out of nowhere, someone swings by and drops a pile of Medicare questions on your desk. When do I enroll? How does this work with our plan? What's up with my HSA? How am I going to get hit with a penalty? Am I going to get hit with a penalty? Suddenly, you're stuck diving into rules, penalties, and benefits, and you don't even know where to start. You've got a million things on your plate already, and now your to-do list just grew. Sound familiar? Maybe I can help lighten the load. I will be completely honest with you. For the product and the context, I don't know if you need all of this. I am wondering if this unto itself could be a better start to this email. I'm wondering if you need to spend all this time seeing the person, aggravating the problem, as it were, or generally just making sure that the person that you're speaking to knows that, how should I say, they're already busy and that you're here to help lighten the load. I will say this. The copy is competent. It's not terrible. I don't think it's the best. And one of the reasons why I don't think it's the best is because it has a lot of the trappings and cliches of copy like this. For example, if you told me that ChatGPT produced this, I would not be surprised, because ChatGPT produces this kind of copy. It has these sorts of templates in mind. And what happens with that kind of copy is that people will be reading this and be like, this sounds really fucking hokey. Get to the point. And just think about how many words did we have to read before we even got to, we have to read already 50 words before we get to the point where we're even talking about the questions people have about Medicare. That's a thing. So things to keep in mind. Suddenly you're stuck diving into rules, penalties, and benefits. You don't even know where to start. You've got a million things on your plate already, and now your to-do list just grew. Sound familiar? Maybe I can help lighten the load. I'm what you would call a Medicare guru. Yes, we exist, and I want to give you a quick, simple solution that can help you sort through all the confusing questions. Yeah. One of the first lessons that I got in writing copy was that if your copy sounds like copy, it's bad copy. This is bad copy because it sounds like copy. Now, does that mean it will not work? It might. It might. If it's going to a cold list, you're running some risks. You're definitely rolling the dice a little bit. But one thing that you got to keep in mind is that the person reading this, they didn't want to get it. They want to know, they don't want you to tell them that you have a quick, simple solution. They want to know what your quick, simple solution is. A lot of times in those sorts of situations, you can very easily send a 9-word email instead. Hey, I just put together a list of guidelines on the the best way to handle employees' Medicare questions in 2025. Would you like me to send it to you? ? Just click the link below. Boom, done. Test that against this. And I would be very curious to see the results. Hold on. I have been offered a job to write copy for the recruitment of Somali pirates. Thoughts? Don't. Maybe don't. Don't do that. All right. Let's press on. Quick fix. The 3 most common questions HR professionals ask about Medicare. This guide tackles the same FAQs you're probably used to hearing. How Medicare works with employer plans. When to enroll and to avoid penalties. When HSA contributions need to stop. So basically, we're recapitulating the same questions as here, but framed differently. That seems like an uneconomical use of space. Had you written this a little bit more tightly, it could have been better. I have no ego in this. I would be curious to know how well this does and if it does well at all. Against something a little bit more simple and straightforward and direct and, less salesy. Download your free guide here. Link to guide. It's worth a look. Many HR professionals I've worked with over the years have told me that it has saved them loads of time. But if you're looking for more than just a quick guide, I have something else for you. Long-term fix. I'd love to come in and give your employees a Medicare 101 talk. The rule of one, it exists because what we found is that copy that has one singular clear CTA just tends to do better. And the reason for that is because the moment I ask you, viewer, to do 2 things, you immediately go, wait, what? Should I do that first or that first? Or how should I prioritize or do 2 things at once? What? That's crazy. Actions, especially in copy, tend to be mutually exclusive, where it's if somebody has clicked onto the guide, they're not going to be looking at the email anymore. Conversely, if somebody's not interested in the guide and now all of a sudden you have a CTA to have this person come in, well, why would that disinterest in the guide suddenly translate to interest in you visiting? Logically, things break down very quickly. The more CTAs and the more actions you have a reader do in any given piece of copy. Is the rule of one a hard and fast rule? No. And in fact, if you go back in time, a lot of copy had multiple calls to action. The rule of one is more of an observation than a hard and fast rule. And the observation is simply what I said before. Copy that focuses on one call to action tends to do better. And by tends, I mean, does not always, but let's say 80 to 90% of the time it does. And so a better marketing strategy for this might be to tag people who get the guide, have in the guide this particular CTA, and then also tag people who get the guide with a follow-up sequence. that promises this. And the reason why you would do that is because you know that they're already interested in this long-term fix, or at least a short-term fix. So you're going to see a much higher uptick of people taking you up on this if they have already expressed interest and downloaded this. So for a lot of those reasons, I don't think that this is working particularly well. I strongly suspect that this email, especially as a cold email, would do better if it were tightened up, more focused, maybe a little less salesy, but I can't guarantee that as well. So let's look at the second email very quickly. Email 2, Medicare headaches. HR pros like you love this guide. Quick answers to common Medicare headaches. Hey, first name, just circling back. If you haven't grabbed your HR's top 3 Medicare FAQ guide yet, you're missing out on a serious time and headache saver. I've definitely found that with follow-up emails that point to a guide, oftentimes the best copy is very simply a single line. Hey, person, just checking in. Did you have a chance to check this out yet? And then have a link to the thing. And typically, like, especially if you're doing either a forward email where like the original email copy is included below, or if you're doing a response email where you're replying all to the same email, like it tends to do a little bit better. You know, again, there's, in my opinion, and for whatever my opinion is worth, which is a lot of my opinion, this is just a little bit of overwriting. And especially if you are just circling back and, you know, perhaps you already like you're only sending this to people who've opened it, then this is going to feel extremely redundant and you are going to get hit by the spam filters for being redundant. So, yeah. Medicare questions are coming. Are you ready? Yeah, a lot of this just feels like different configurations of the same copy put into different order. And so, like, I think that from a value editing perspective, I think we need to, like, attack the root of this, which is very simply like, you know, what is the main, like, USP that you have here? You're saving time and you're saving headaches. And I don't think you need all this copy initially to do it. And when you get into this third follow-up email or third example email, really it's just sort of the same thing but reconfigured. Employees turning 65 are going to ask about enrollment penalties and how it fits with their health plan. I think that this email is more interesting because it approaches things from that challenge perspective that I suggested before. But then the copy is, again, sort of the same as before. I know you've got a million things on your plate, but here's the deal. Medicare questions aren't going away. Employees are turning 65 are going to ask about enrollment, penalties, and how that fits with your health plan. Good news, you don't have to figure it out alone. So, and then like you don't introduce the steps. You just go, step 1, grab HR's top 3 Medicare FAQ guide if you haven't yet. Step 2, let's set up a free in-office Medicare 101 session. And again, you're doing that double CTA thing. So, yeah, I just don't know if this is working as well. Again, I'd love to hear a test. I'd love to hear about response, but I do think that each of these would be better off if they were more focused, more to the point, maybe a little less salesy, especially since you're talking to other professionals. And then I would use the guide and I would use the follow-up sequence as your opportunity to sell the in-house consultations. Let's see who it was. Colin Royce. Colin, if you are in the chat, I would love to know if you have other questions or if you have other thoughts on this. I hope the suggestions that I had were helpful. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions or want any elaboration. Let's see. We have some talk about AI. Stefan Georgi states that copywriting is dead within 6 months. So join his 26K a year AI group. Of course, his AI group is just sending people into his personalized ChatGPT wrapper, which is most AI copywriting solutions these days. I think the first deadline on the Doomsday Copywriters is December 2023. Didn't really pan out, and he had to sell that biz. Yeah, it's funny. Stefan Georgi has actually had to hire copywriters to sell his AI copywriting tool. So he's still using real copywriting, things like that. So, let's see. I've had emails from Stefan Georgi advertising jobs unless. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I do think that 60 to 70% of copywriting jobs as we know them are going away probably within the next 5 years. And that's going to be a lot of junior role stuff. Let's be real for a moment. Once you have a working email template that you discover or test or find out through testing, then it becomes relatively easy to templatize it and repeat it. And that's what AI is really good for. And so there's going to be a sort of, how should I say, Harry Potter-esque sorting hat moment where there's going to be copywriters who know how to come up with ideas and know how to find things through optimization and through testing and various other methods of finding out what works. And then there's going to be people who basically are just glorified chat GPTs themselves. The people who use formulas, the people who use templates, the people who only know how to replicate the copy, sort of like Pac-Man, chew it up and then sort of shit out something similar. There's going to be a sorting hat moment, I think, for copywriters. And I have a whole YouTube short on this channel about that, where I said, yes, AI copy is coming for some jobs, but which jobs are they? And it's going to be anything that humans cannot distinctly do better than AI. And that number of things is diminishing as time goes on. One of those things is for example, SEO. If you are an SEO copywriter and you are not using AI, you are a fucking fool. The best SEO copywriters know how to leverage AI. And why is that? It's because SEO is not about presenting something new. It's not about presenting something as unique. It's about presenting something as being the best possible source for this type of information among all possible sources of that type of information. In order to do that, you do need to recapitulate things that are already in existence, that are already out there in the world. And that's what AI is really, really good at. Again, chewing things and then digesting it and sort of pooping out some bland, flavorless version of what it originally came from. And so, in my opinion, the best copywriters are going to have, at the very least, a glancing familiarity with AI and how to use it. But one of the things that I see a lot of copywriters doing is sort of falling for the siren song of AI, of either thinking, oh, it's going to take all the jobs, I might as well lie down and rot. Or conversely, oh, AI is going to be this amazing tool that saves me all this fucking time. And I've spoken to copywriters who use AI, and what I've discovered is that they spend just about the same amount of time fixing AI copy as they do producing copy on their own. It's going to be at that point where AI actually does become a time saver that it becomes more useful. But at the same time, you're still going to need a human to manage, even if you have an agent that can do all this research for you. I've seen the kinds of research and, voice of customer data that these AI tools come back with. And it's terrible. It's so bland and same. And it's once you have any modicum of experience in this career, if you're still using the same tools to find basically the same objections and the same complaints that the same customers have about the same things. Like, what is wrong with you? And I think that that's one of the big problems with AI, which is that like people that use AI on the regular do in fact become dependent on it. And I've seen this in professionals. Anyway, I'm going off on a rant and I apologize, but I actually had a long conversation with Michael Masterson, Mark IV, the person who wrote Great Leads. We talked about AI and I spoke about my experience with like actually using machine learning and like the limitations of AI and the difference between like a training model and an inference model, those sorts of things. And yeah, a lot of people just don't understand that distinction and don't understand what's actually going on under the hood of AI and understanding like the big breakthroughs in AI are going to come not from the models that we're currently using. And the problem with that is that right now, all of the money and all the attention is going towards models that fundamentally, at their core, don't solve the problems that AI writing has. That is the spiel. Everything is copy of the copy of the copy from Fight Club describing insomnia. Probably replace the AI copy going forward. Yeah, that's a big problem too. AI, like, where's the new training data going to come from? AI now is already the product of basically all human writing up to this point. Where is the new writing going to come from if it's now polluted with AI bland ass digested copy? It's just going to become an S curve where it seems exponential, but then eventually tapers off towards diminishing returns. Most things that people are extrapolating as being like exponential growth is actually more of an S shape, where it approaches some sort of arbitrary limit imposed typically by the laws of physics. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. No, I in the Discord, I shared an article about this. Like, people who overuse generative AI, you see a marked decrease in their critical thinking skills. And the whole premise of Copy That is like, if you want to differentiate yourself and make that big buku bucks as a copywriter, you don't want to be the same as everybody else. You want to be that different critical thinker who can solve problems for businesses. So anyway. Yeah, this is a Whetstone Wednesday. Whetstone Wednesdays always stay up on live. It's not a masterclass. Is the new course of Alex available? Yeah, in fact, an email went out about that today to everybody who's on the copythatshow.com email list. We put it up in the Platinum Collection. It is available for everybody who owns that, though it will eventually be edited into our 18-hour mega course for beginners. So if you want early access now, you can get it in the Platinum Collection. What if AI actually gains sentience? So the best estimations from the people that I trust the most, you always have your sort of people who don't understand AI, again, extrapolating from the exponential rather than understanding that most things operate on an S curve. What we're talking about with AI approaching sentience is a discussion about AGI. We're have a little fireside chat here for a moment. AGI, or artificial general intelligence, is basically an AI having some sort of embodied intelligence, the ability to act of its own autonomy, more or less like a human, and make decisions and operate with different programs and things like that. Now, the problem with AGI is that there are like a handful of like major limitations. And I don't just mean major limitations. I mean like actual will stop the development of AGI in its tracks kinds of limitations. For example, the companies that make AI, they make a lot of money from having control over the weights and the inference nodes that AI has. A lot of these businesses, I'm sure you know, have nerfed AI in some form or capacity. A lot of these businesses want to use AI to produce ads. An AGI would not be controllable. An AGI would make decisions on its own. including decisions about self-preservation. Why on earth would the Department of Defense, why on earth would Facebook, for example, want that? And so one of the big limitations that's stopping the development and the growth of AGI is the fact that like nobody actually wants AGI. Like the people that are pouring billions of dollars into it, they want a return on that investment. And the best way to get a return on that investment is by keeping things cloistered and under control, especially when it comes to the data that all of you are willingly feeding into these AI algorithms. God, it's almost like all these people are in cahoots with each other and trying to do things for their own financial and personal benefit. Anyway, another huge thing with AGI and the problem with AGI is that current LLMs, like, again, you have to understand that once an LLM is trained, you yourself, when you use, like, you add context or you teach ChatGPT how to write like you or whatever, you're not actually training it. All you're doing is sort of slightly tweaking its already extant parameters. That is the difference between a training model and a inference model. You, normal pleb, only get access to the inference model. So when you feed something into AGI, all you're doing is telling the inference model, like, hey, statistically speaking, instead of producing stuff like this, I want you to produce stuff like this. But all of this already exists inside of the inference model. You, when you put stuff in, you don't train that model. So an inference model, you can just duplicate that. You can send it to any cloud server anywhere in the world. I'm pretty sure that's what DeepSeek did. They just hit copy paste, and there's evidence for that and stuff like that. But training is actually like a really expensive and really energy consumptive thing. And we just do not have any architectures right now that allow for a combination, a collapsing of inference and training that would not be almost impossibly expensive, impossibly time consuming, and impossibly energy inefficient. So that's another major hurdle to LLMs getting better overall, but also one of the other reasons why sentience cannot exist in the current framework, in the current paradigms of how algorithms, especially transformer or LLM algorithms, are operating. The technology is just not there. Like, it'd be like a calculator. Like, are you worried about your calculator becoming sentient? No? Well, why is it? It's because a calculator can only get so good at doing calculations. That does not translate to actual human intelligence. Same thing with an LLM. An LLM gets really, really good at reproducing lifelike human language, but that does not actually indicate the existence of human intelligence. Big difference there. It's quite a leap. Another aspect of that too is like if you've read any philosophical text or neuroscientific text about consciousness, we don't actually have a very good understanding of what human intelligence even is. Like, human consciousness is a weird, squiggly, possibly quantum thing. And like, we just don't know if we can replicate that using more compute. Like, we can't just throw like more computers at a problem and be like, go train on more stuff, and they expect consciousness to magically pop out of that. Consciousness is weird, and we don't fully understand it. And I highly doubt that we're going to magically arrive at anything resembling a human consciousness the way that we're currently approaching training algorithms. I'll give you a specific example of that, actually. I was speaking to and this is for a promo that I was doing for Japan. I was speaking to a scientist who's working on developing robots, embodied AI robots. And they were talking about how just the simple act of like doing the dishes, one of the problems that they run into is that, like, with LLMs, you just feed it all the language that exists, and then it comes up with statistical parameters, and boom, you have a transformer model. That's how ChatGPT got so big so quick. But when it comes to doing the dishes, like, you can't just feed it every instance of every human doing a dish in every single situation ever all at once. So you have to train it one step at a time. And the estimation for how long it would take for an AI to learn how to do the dishes in any context whatsoever is 100,000 years using today's technology. 100,000 years. That's a real number. They are trying to get around that by creating simulations. But again, how do you simulate every possible dish doing configuration in every possible kitchen, in every possible humidity, climate, etc.? AI is going to have trouble with these seemingly, they seem simpler than writing tasks. But the actual act of training things using the current AI paradigms makes these things almost impossible. Oh, yeah, no, I have a lot of thoughts. Why did they develop nukes? They're afraid someone else will get it before them. That's not why they developed nukes. You should look up your history. They developed nukes. They started the development of that like well before that, and it wasn't just because they were afraid somebody else would get to them first. The actual history of nuclear programs in the United States is a very, very interesting history. The whole Los Alamos project, I like it. Using ChatGPT to correct grammar mistakes, that's good too. But I do find that ChatGPT is also, it's not very good at understanding stylistic flair. So like, for example, if you have any sort of idiosyncratic grammatical things, like for example, overusing sentence fragments for rhetorical effect, ChatGPT would be bad at that. Cody, amazing. Is good to see. Cody is somebody that has been with Copy That for a long time. She's an amazing, very, very good writer. She would have had some amazing things to say about Rashida's About Us page, because Cody really does specialize in web page copy. She's great at it. No, we are not going to have a Jarvis to Ultron situation. At least not in our lifetimes. The best estimate that I've heard from the people that I trust the most is that we can expect AGI or some new AI paradigm to emerge in about between 30 and 90 years from now. That's how far away we are from AGI. Listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But best estimates from trustworthy sources that are not like hyped on it or afraid of it, 30 to 90 years. I would not be surprised. I have as many microplastics in my brain as I do in my balls. So that's not surprising at all. So dishwash. Listen, if copywriting doesn't work out for you, yeah, dishwashing. You got you got a one up on dishwashing robots for the next 100,000 years. No, you should probably look into this history a little bit more. Operation Paperclip. Yeah, that was fun. It's so funny. You know, I was talking to your sort of typical rah liberal. Like I tend to skew a little bit more to the left than I do to the right, but I'm also a capitalist, so it's impossible for me to ever like really get along with leftists. So there is that. But yeah, somebody was making a joke about like, you know, we can't have Nazis in the government. And then somebody was just like, nobody tell this motherfucker about Operation Paperclip. Oh boy. Use ChatGPT to bounce ideas off, like brainstorming with someone. Be like, can you make this expression more visual, powerful, etc.? Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the best way to use ChatGPT in that sort of situation is to ask yourself, is this actually accomplishing that? Is this actually achieving the effect that I'm trying to achieve? And if so, how is it doing that? So that you yourself can actually get those neural pathways to learn how to do the things that ChatGPT only vaguely understands to do. Only humans would invent something to destroy the home they live on. I'm not keen on. I don't know. That is, well, I mean, invent is a weird word, but there have definitely been species that have destroyed their own ecosystems before. And in fact, we can probably attribute some past extinctions to that. The difference being, of course, voluntariness. But then again, like, you do have to wonder how much of human behavior is voluntary at all. How much of it is just based on like our, again, pre-coded behavioral synapses. There are many, let's look at Sapolsky. He doesn't believe that there's free will at all. And that means that every single nuclear bomb that was ever invented was built not because we had the choice, but because it's just in our nature to do so. So that's a spicy meatball. That's a late night, have a few edibles kind of conversation. Can you talk about the hero section on product pages, please? Go. Oh, what did you think, that this would be an educational stream? No, this is for me to rant about AI. How can I come up with new email lift ideas for financial promotions without regurgitating ideas from the promotion? So I've talked about this a lot before. The best place to get new lift ideas is to look in the news for topics and subject matter that's related to the promotion, but which is not in the promotion and that the reader has not seen before. That is the best way to get new email lift ideas. Another place to get good email lift ideas is from stories from the guru that you'll usually find in the editorial from the guru. So those are the two best places that I typically find. What information must be in the hero section if the product is a gadget? Usually a demonstration. Main benefit, call out to who it's useful for, and then a demonstration. Some sort of call to action typically falls in there too. All right. So now that we're all resigned to becoming professional dishwashers, because at least AI can't touch that yet, let's go on and look at some more copy. All right. Ooh, a YouTube ad script. I'm on my way to hitting 100 bullets. Currently at 51. Is reaching 100 really possible? It's not only is it possible, it is possible to do twice in a row with very few hours on the clock. First copywriting assignment I ever had was write 100 bullets in a few hours. And then the next day I got told that they were all terrible and I had to do it again. And I only had 4 hours to do it before the end of the day. So yeah, it really comes down to like internalizing templates, swiping structures, starting to get a little wild, and like combine a how-to bullet with a call-out bullet or a warning bullet. You can get really playful with them, especially when you start reinverting the order of your bullets to find out which ones work best. Yeah, it's definitely possible to do 100 bullets. It's a very good exercise because it teaches you that you can, in fact, write a lot very quickly if you force yourself to do it. All right, YouTube ads. I love it. Let's see if we can do this. Everybody see that? Let me do that. Hey, look at that. Target audience, relatively new Shopify store owners. That's a great target, unable to run profitable meta ads. They're currently either winging ad creative design, wasting tons of time, or investing in low quality designers who let them down. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that exercise, bullets, the best type of copy for newbies to write. It's one of the more recent free masterclasses that I did on the channel. So just go to copy that's YouTube channel, and then hit videos. All right, offer winning static image Canva templates that they can quickly tweak and use to improve their ad results. I love that. That's such a simple offer. I like it. Idea: their ad creatives are why they aren't turning a profit on their ads. This offer will help them fix the problem fast while saving them ton of money in the process. And only this client has the data-backed templates that can help them. Action. By the way, this is the reader, one reader, one offer, one idea, one action. Click through to the checkout page. Okay, good context. Let's look at the script. Hey, Shopify store. Let's imagine that this is an ad. You person watching this just got fed an ad, and this is the script. Hey, Shopify store owner. Know the number one reason your meta ads aren't profitable? It's not your product or the people you're targeting. It's the images you're using. They simply don't stop your audience from scrolling, which is why they don't stick around long enough to click and get to your website. Want proof? Look at these ads from 3 recent open Shopify stores. and then show 3 examples of bad generic ads, overused images, ugly fonts, low quality design. See a pattern? Know what Meta does to ads like these? It buries them. You keep paying more for clicks and your reach dies. All right. I have to ask you guys, in my dramatic reading of this particular ad script, imagine that you are a Shopify store owner. Would you personally be interested in what I just said? Big same. The thing with these types of ads, especially on YouTube, is that you have so very few seconds to really get and grab attention. This goes back to the advice that I was actually giving to Sierra a little bit earlier. It doesn't grab attention well. It needs to speak to my deeper problem in a way that I feel you understand it. Absolutely. And a simpler way to do that is either not just calling out the hey, Shopify store owner, too generic. Like, you can call out the problem a little bit more clearly. Like, are you sick and tired of throwing money away at meta ads that aren't turning a profit? Question mark. And then you go into a little bit more, how should I say, tightness? Like very tight, punchy facts, claims, things that you deliver very, very clearly and punchily. When you are writing scripts, especially for ads, you can't tolerate sentences this long. Or sentences this long for that matter. Like, let's imagine this sentence broken up. Want to know the number one reason why your meta ads aren't profitable? It's the images you're using, dummy. They don't stop your audience from scrolling, period. They aren't sticking around long enough to click to your website. Imagine if this were rewritten like that. All I did was take this one sentence and divide it up basically into 2 or 3 different sentences. And so a lot of it isn't the copy you have. It's the way that you have written the copy. The problem is not the idea. The problem is the packaging. This does not necessarily need what we would call a value edit. You're on the right track. Good job. That's 80% of the battle. What you need are function and line edits. What are function edits? Function edits are basically making sure that each section, each line, everything corresponds to an order that more or less is as persuasive as possible. Line edits are just looking at every single sentence and reading them from the perspective of somebody very, very skeptical and going like, does this grab me by the short and curlies? Does this really capture and hold my attention? And at any point, if you lose people, the answer is no. You have to rewrite it. I don't know if I love this particular example. Better would be to show an example of an ad that doesn't work and play into the playfulness, or how should I say, the fast-paced information of an ad. Take a look at this Shopify ad. Look at these overused images. Look at those ugly fonts. Look at this low quality design. Get out of here. Come on in, amazing ad that has a 4x ROAS. And, you can be a little silly like that. It really depends on the tone of the brand that you're writing for. And then you want to point out like what works. And then you want to pivot into like, look at the pattern here. Don't just say like, see a pattern. Actually really spell out like what's going on. Know what Meta does to ads like these. People will have already forgotten what you just showed them if you ask questions like this. So you want to not only show visuals, but you also want to like act as though the vocalizations, how should I say, spell out the takeaways a person should be having from looking at the visualizations as well. So you keep paying for more clicks and your reach dies. I appreciate that what you're trying to do here. You're trying to like, it buries them. You keep paying for more clicks and your reach dies. You can really amp up, how should I say, the emotionality of that a little bit more. We know this because the other types of ads, so many brands come with this all the time, all running losses. How about these 3 ads? This, again, I don't think this framework works. I think that this, like, take a look at these 3 ads. Notice how they're so bland and boring. Now take a look at these polished ads. No, make it quick. Bad ad, get out of here. Good ad, look at these things that had to produce these results. Want to see more? Take a look at this bad ad. Somebody came with, wanting like blah, 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 blah. But, there was this problem. There's this problem. There's this problem. Get out of here. This isn't going to sell anything for a Shopify store. Take a look at this ad that we did instead. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Boom. And it accomplishes all these things. You basically want to tell a little bit of a story about like the ads that came in and then how you fixed it. And you want to do that because with each instance of the ad, not only do you get to show like an example of your work and like what a business can get as their outcome, it also gives you the chance to talk about the results that those ads that you fixed delivered. And in so doing, you posit yourself as an expert. It's also a lot quicker. If instead you have this, take a look at these 3 bad ads, and then take a look at these 3 bad ads, you run the risk of sounding very pedantic, like me. So those are things that you have to keep in mind. Yeah, and again, like, just tighten stuff up. Let me look at I think humor works really well for YouTube ads. Dollar Shave Club. Another one is Dr. Squatch soap works really, really well. Telling problems that their problem is in the images. Haven't he given them for free and what they were supposed to pay for? Here's the thing. If you're selling templates, it's not exactly clear that a client is going to be able to immediately recreate those templates or even know where to do it. So those are things to keep in mind. There's an old Dan Kennedy line. Give away 99% of your stuff for free so that customers and prospects know that the 1% that you have left behind is really worth paying for. So I would never feel afraid to reveal secrets. And as Cody points out, they don't know the strategy behind it. Again, this ad, if you just rewrite the whole thing with the advice that I gave you in mind, you're going to end up with a different ad. And that's mostly going to be moving stuff around and rewriting your sentences to be punchier. Let's press on, though, to take a look at the rest. Now, you may be thinking a master designer created these images. Nope, they were all made by regular Shopify owners just like you, all in under 30 minutes, running profitably for months, pocketing those owners an ROI they could never have dreamed of. The secret, it's simple. These Shopify owners had an unfair advantage. They didn't start from scratch. No, they picked... This all feels a little bland. I think that you could say the same things using fewer words and with a lot more power. And I would challenge you to try to think of ways to do that. I think that the copy would be improved if you took the time to do that. These aren't some old useless templates that used to work way back when. They work today. Why would you even possibly incept into prospects' minds the possibility that they could be some old useless templates? Don't fucking say the car that you're buying is not some old useless hunk of junk that's going to fail on you 5 miles from the dealership. No, it works today. And then all of a sudden the customer has in their mind like, wait, what, is my car going to break down? Oh crap. No, this is some basic NLP stuff. But don't create objections and create problems that aren't there. And simply asserting that they work today and providing the proof is going to be enough. This sells against yourself. How do we know? Because we've seen them work. San Diego-based e-com agency specializing in minute ads. In 2024 alone, we generated over $167 million worth of sales for our clients. Add examples of big client brands. And more than $100 million of those sales came from static image-based ads, in every case using the 1,000 Canva templates similar to the ones you're about to grab today. Yeah. Oh, this is a great example. Yeah, absolutely. So like sometimes like you overdo it. You just need to shut your mouth and let the person sell themselves. Just you don't have to mention and create objections that aren't there in the first place. Making winning ads is what we do, and nothing excites us more than helping you do the same. Here's how making a profitable ad in under 30 minutes will work for you. Step 1. I feel like this doesn't create the proper parallelism, but that's neither here nor there. Most people won't know this. Choose an expertly designed, beautiful Canva template. In all likelihood, you'll find several from your own product category. This typically takes Shopify owners about 7 to 10 minutes. I just, like, guys, how many of you would be watching to this point? You see, we know you're just getting started and we want you to hit the ground running, turn a profit, and start scaling. After a certain point, you'll run into more complex problems way beyond what some static images would be able to fix. Like, why do we need to include that in the ad? That's where we're hoping you'd remember the trust you put in us today and hire us massively profitably, of course, to hit bigger milestones. This is all stuff that you would put in the funnel. Like once people get the templates, save that copy for that point of sale for that point of sale. Like just what you're selling is the click. Get people to go get the templates. And to do that, I don't think you need all this. And you certainly don't even need to include the price in your ad. That's what the landing page is for. So, yeah, for me, like the big problem with this is there's just too much writing. Like what you need to do in rewriting this ad, you can still hit 6 minutes. But what you want to do is to try to think about like, okay, if you're taking this idea, you want to put it under a terrible compression. Almost like a poem, so that every single line is just popping with meaning and interest. And you want to make sure that the visual spectacle matches as well. Like, again, like, what are people going to be seeing when they said, how do we know? Because we've seen them work. We're Canva Digital. Like, what are you going to see on screen that's going to keep a person's interest through all of this to get to this point? This is something that you got to think about as a script writer. If you're going to write a YouTube ad script, you got to be thinking about that. So yeah, like, again, like I think you just need to put this under a little bit more compression. You need to really polish the lines, really think about the functionality about all the lines. Here's my suggestion. Because you are a Patreon member or Platinum Club owner, you have access to a guest masterclass from friend of the show, Umar. He is a master of YouTube ads that scale. That's available for everybody who has access to Patreon and the Platinum Collection. Go watch that masterclass and learn his tips for writing better YouTube ads. Combine his knowledge with the advice that I just gave you, and this is going to be a lot stronger. Again, the idea is strong. The people you're targeting to, that targeting is strong as well. The offer is strong as well. The key then is going to be wording things to grab and keep a person's attention. And that's where you need the most work. Sort of a tangential question. When writing long-form financial promotions, do publishers expect you to come up with the argument and then they create the product? Or do they tell you what the product is first? How does it work? That is all right. First off, let me say, this is Shaw. Shaw, my friend, longtime friend of the show. Did that all make sense? Did that all help? Do you have any questions for me? I've seen a lot of your copy over the years, and your copy has gotten very strong, but it was here where I was like, line edits and function edits are going to make the biggest difference here. And really, like, really going for that punch. Like, you don't need to do a lot to sell basically a done-for-you style solution for businesses. First time writing a YouTube ad will do better with your advice. Amazing. Shaw, feel free to resubmit. And also, like, I don't do this for everybody, but I will take a look at this again if you rewrite this. Send me a draft my way. And yeah, Peter Kell is a good person to model. If you have access to a repository of Peter Kell ads, highly suggest taking a look at his. So, okay. Now I'm going to go to this, and then I'm going to go to this. All right. I'm going to hide like the neighbor from Home Improvement. I don't think anybody remembers that. When writing long-form financial promotions, do publishers expect you to come up with the argument and then they create the product, or do they tell you what the product is first? How does it work? It works both ways. It works any number of ways. There have been situations where a copywriter comes up with an idea, a hook, an angle, whatever, and the copy is so good that the publisher is just like, they go, okay, how do we fulfill this? There's actually a famous example of that, Porter Stansberry of Stansberry and Associates. This is after the 2008, 2009, crisis or whatever. And he went into the editorial department and he said, we need to launch like some sort of like retirement portfolio repair protocol or plan or whatever. And the editorial team was like, but we don't have that. And he was just like, make one. And then they had to make one. And that's how it works. Like copywriters, especially at the high level, especially if you're partnered with the business or you have some sort of like copy chief or, CSO sort of authority, you can go to fulfillment and basically be like, we're promising this, make something that fulfills that promise. A lot of copywriters don't realize that they have that power, especially if they've been working with the business for a long time. Highly recommend learning how to leverage that skill. Because it certainly helps with, how should I say, improving your offers. Now, most of the time, a publisher will say like, hey, we want to sell this. The editor like has this idea. What do you think of this? Sometimes the publisher will help massage or create the idea for you. Sometimes the editor will come to you with the ordinary idea and ask you to transubstantiate it or make it into something better. It comes up with a lot of ways. Some of the worst ideas come from editorial, which is weird because one of the best-selling ideas of all time came from editorial, which was the end of America, the notion that the U.S. is going to lose its status as the world's reserve currency. For those of you not in the know, that promotion sold more copies of more books and newsletters than pretty much any other in history. Lots of money made from that. And that came from editorial. That came from a person writing articles about that and then pushing the copywriters who did not want to write about that topic. And finally, enough pushing, and they finally wrote it, and it became what it is. The best promotions I've seen, let me back up. The worst promotions I've seen come from like a copywriter who writes an idea and then like sort of picks and chooses a few like vaguely non-connected things, or even comes up with their own stuff, like writes their own stuff to throw into the offer. Like, I know a copywriter who is like really obsessed with the idea of like the simple fact that like you can get $30 of silver using only a $10 bill, using like a few magic words with a shopping store clerk or like a bank teller. And so the whole like promo was about like that, like secret hacks and magic phrases that you can use to like get free money, basically. The real idea behind that being that, like, if you get $10 worth of nickels, chances are you'll get some nickels that were minted before 1970, and the silver content of that is actually pretty high, and it tends to be worth more than the nickels are worth. There. Now you all know the magic phrases to say to a bank teller: give me $10 in nickels. Oh, man. Sometimes these bad copywriting ideas give me cancer. So those tend to be the worst because, oftentimes when you sell something like that, like you're not getting Grandpa Kurt, your ideal financial avatar. You're getting desperate Dan, people that are desperate for money. And you don't want to sell to people that are desperate for money. That's why Copy That is always like, don't buy our fucking products if you're poor. Like, stop it. Just stop it. Like, don't do that. Like, that is a mistake. And we don't want you to spend money that you do not have on a thing that you don't need at this point in your career yet. Anyway, yeah, people that do not have money are the worst customers. And so you don't want to be writing ideas like that. And the promos that I've seen lead to the highest number of refunds, and the worst retention and the worst lifetime values tend to be those sorts of ideas. And it's always the copywriters who come up with those ideas rather than the publisher or the guru. The best ideas usually come from a collaboration between the copywriter, the guru, and the publisher. That's it. And it's usually some sort of collaboration. And sometimes that involves like taking a product that exists and selling it as it is, or taking the product as it is and creating some, new bonus stack or some new offer around that product. And the way that you do that is you create other bonuses or other add-ons to that product, or bundle things into it. Or what you do is you create a new product altogether to fulfill the idea that you guys have come up with. And that's usually how it works. Sorry, that was a very long, detailed answer to a very niche question that is going to apply to maybe 12 of you who ever watch this. So there you go. Oh, I sell a $10,000 package, and the clients who pay that are so much easier to work with than the penny pinchers. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. Like, it is so much better to fill your paid list with people that can afford to be on your paid list. The last thing you want are people who are just like, I got $1,000 to invest. Here, let me buy this $500 investment newsletter to tell me how to use my last $500. Like, help me get rich. You don't want those people. Those people are not going to buy more products from you. They're not going to be interested in your macroeconomic insights or like anything else. Like, you want to aim for a higher value clientele. So there you go. Yeah, no worries about the off-topic questions. Like, you nerd sniped me. I will be completely honest. It's not very often that I get to talk about my experience in this world. Because again, like, it only impacts like maybe 3 of you watching. So, is improving bad copy you interact with on the internet a good way to improve your copywriting, or should I just stick to writing copy from scratch and studying good copy? I think that's a your mileage may vary thing. It's one of those things where it's like, what are you doing it for? Are you doing it for spec pieces? Are you doing it for outreach? If that's the case, then it might be a very good idea, because you can find businesses with bad copy and be like, hey, I know what could double the conversions on this page and what that could mean for the throughput of your business's pipeline. And then you present like your copy or a portion of your spec piece and the rewrite and be like, hey, if you want me to rewrite the rest, here's my contact info, or let's set up a call to talk about it further. You basically hold the copy ransom. That is actually a good way to get clients. But when it comes to practicing, I'm hesitant, because garbage in, garbage out is a real thing. And so these are things that you want to keep in mind. These are things that you want to sort of like weigh and balance. In my opinion, the best thing that you can be doing is combining your outreach and your spec work or sample producing work. And the way that you practice is by getting the best piece of spec work that you can to send to a business. You send it to the business and wait to hear from them, or don't hear from them, and you move on to the next. And if you don't hear from that business, well, then you add that spec piece, that sample piece that you rewrote, the bad copy that you interacted with, you throw it into your portfolio to show off as like what you can do. And you steadily accumulate this ever growing pile of stuff that you're capable of showing off as time goes on. That is my personal, how I did outreach and sample portfolio building and stuff like that. But do whatever, I guess, teaches you the most and benefits you the most. And the only way to discover that is through trial and error and doing it yourself. So there you go. Anyway, all right. We have another piece of copy to review. I do feel like these streams, like, it's 60% me reviewing actual copy and 40% me just going on like weird nerd sniped tangents. So let's see. It looks like, okay, we got a prompt. Write an A-pile sales letter promoting Goodyear Kelly tires mailed to retirees. Ooh, what's the shipping and handling on that guy? Sales letter promoting Goodyear tires. Interesting. All right. Reader, an American male retiree who's interested in traveling. For me, so there's this website. It's like copywritingprompts.com or something like that. Or I looked at a few of their prompts and I was like, I don't know if these would be good for people to use as practice prompts. In fact, I think they might be terrible. So, oh, yeah, he used it. So, yeah, it's, I will try to be as charitable as possible. But the thing with a lot of those prompts is like, I look at those prompts and I go like, it would be like learning jujitsu, but learning like a particular move where you like reach under a person, like tickle their anus a little bit. It's not competition legal, and it's not something that you would ever do, but it's certainly something you can practice. And so when I look at a lot of those prompts, I go like, would you ever write a sales letter that would actually deliver tires to a retiree? Like, I see what it's doing. It's forcing you to think about your audience. It's forcing you to like think about how you would sell something using a particular format and a particular medium that you would not normally sell using that medium. But like, from a business perspective, is this competition legal sort of thinking? I don't know if a business would ever do something like this. Because what is the ultimate problem that a person is going to have if they're a retiree? Well, one, they're old, but now you're asking them to self-install a fucking set of tires? Why would you do that? Like, whoa. All right. Joseph, you know the answer. You're an American. You're a true-blooded American. We know that the answer is chicken and waffles. Baked beans on toast. Get the hell out of here with that English nonsense. If Alex is watching, he knows that it's fucking nonsense. Anyway, so those are my thoughts on the copywriting prompts website. I feel like it's my duty as an educator in this space to show you guys what I'm talking about. Copywritingprompts.com, and you can get it to give you a bunch of new prompts. Rewrite the headline and subheadline for Stripe. Like, okay, that's actually probably pretty good as a prompt. But then you run into like, write an ad for Ryan Gosling's tagine restaurant using the authority persuasion principle. And then you as a newbie copywriter have to go, wait, what the fuck is the authority persuasion principle? And like, let's pretend we know what that means and say like, okay, we're going to assume that the tagine restaurant, like, we can sell this using Ryan Gosling's authority. And what is Ryan Gosling's authority when it comes to Moroccan cuisine? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Again, it's the jujitsu move where you tickle a person's anus. Like, Sure, you can learn it and practice it, but it doesn't make sense in the context of like why you're doing jujitsu. Anyway, so those are my thoughts on copywritingprompts.com. I have a strong suspicion that a lot of these were GPT generated. And you kind of get like, I was mentioning this earlier, where it's like stuff that's AI produced still has that smell of AI on it, because like you're just like, yes, I see this conceptually working, but I don't know why a human would do it or respond to this. Things like that. So that's my thoughts on copywriting prompts. Like, use it, but use it skeptically. Like, put on your thinking cap and use it skeptically. So I'm going to try to be as charitable as possible when it comes to your response to that prompt. And yeah, tagine, it's delicious. If you guys ever have a chance to have Moroccan cuisine, it is delectable. And we gotta balance. We gotta balance the high with the low. High with the low. All right. Last two questions. What? Okay, Richard, I'm going to respond to the people that submitted copy first. Ask this when I get through a few more pieces of copy, please. All right. Motion, safety, adventure, trust, idea, adventurous. Interesting facts about tires. I don't know if that's the appropriate sales idea that you want for selling tires. First off, again, we're ignoring the fact that maybe we shouldn't be selling tires this way at all. Instead, we would probably want people to come into the shop for a consultation about tires, and to do that, we would offer some discount, like, and you can do all sorts of things in copy to do that. You can ask a child, when was the last time you had your tires rotated? Most of you probably don't know. Joseph, Chicken and Waffles Joseph, when was the last time you had your tires rotated? I couldn't answer that for myself. Probably within the last 6 months, but I don't know. You don't actually have to answer. I'm just sort of like calling you out to like give an example to what I'm talking about. But when it comes to selling tires, like there's so many interesting angles that you could take. And because it's one of those things where it's like a self-replenishing market, where it's like people are always in need of tires. Tires wear out, thanks to the secret formula for everlasting tires being, how should I say, kept secret. So yeah, benefit, save money on new tires. Story: the author is a retired truck driver who safely returned home from his Great American Cross-Country Road Trip thanks to Goodyear Kelly tires. Bonus: get free tire service, free $80 Zinc Cafe gift card, free U.S. National Park Pass and the guidebook, free Fujifilm Instax camera, and a free book. Oh, Honda Odyssey minivan. That's a van that fucks. Those of you who have seen Deadpool 2 know what I'm talking about. The Honda Odyssey minivan fucks. All right, we're doing a little tangent lesson about offers and bonuses really quick. The best offers package a product to where they feel very targeted towards a particular problem, very, how should I say, results oriented, like this product will have this result, this benefit, or this outcome. Your offers also need to be undeniable. They need to be, how should I say, they need to feel safe, and they need to feel trustworthy. What is it? T is targeted, R is results oriented, U is undeniable, S is, it's my own acronym and I'm forgetting it. I never remember acronyms correctly. And then the other T is tantalizing. Yeah, I think S is safe. I forget my own fucking acronym, but that's neither here nor there. One way to package an offer so that it feels more tantalizing, which is the last T, is to add bonuses. Now, here's the thing, kind of like going back what I was saying earlier in the stream about things feeling coherent in a funnel or coherent in an offer. These bonuses don't feel coherent. And the problem with that is that if you're selling something and patching things together, if something feels incoherent, people are going to look at the bonuses and be like, why would I want that? Why are you even wasting my time telling me about this? The best bonuses are coherent with the main offer, as in they enhance it in some way, or they overcome an objection. So, for example, if you are selling a newsletter about buying cryptocurrencies, and this, specific. Thank you. Good God, I forgot my own acronym. Yes, specific. And specificity is not your problem. The problem is like this is just not tantalizing. And so as a result, it feels like an incoherent offer. Now, when you're creating a bonus stack and you're offering, let's say, a newsletter that recommends a new cryptocurrency every single month, it might help make an offer more tantalizing or feel, how should I say, a little bit more undeniable if you provide some sort of guidebook that teaches people how to trade cryptocurrency if they have no experience. What platforms to use, how to enter an order, things like that. So educational materials are a good way to make something feel a little bit more undeniable. If you want to make something more tantalizing, then you would also include a bonus offer like 3 cryptos that you can buy today for potentially life-changing gains. That makes something more tantalizing because now you don't have to wait for the next alert. You get an opportunity right this second. Oh, but wait, there's more. You also get access to this special bonus report that teaches you the safe way to play the cryptocurrency boom. Now you can invest stocks too. So not only can you gamble on this money, but you can also take some of your retirement funds and throw it into there as well. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, there's bonuses have different functions in an offer. You don't want to just throw stuff in that feels kind of unrelated to the product. A really good bonus for a, get these tires by mail thing is a tire pressure gauge. Never worry about when you need to change your tires again or inflate your tires again, I guess it would be. Perfect. Or how about a tire tread depth gauge? This is how you know when you need to replace your tires. Coherent bonus. It makes it feel more tantalizing and undeniable. Another thing would be something like, and when you come in, you get a free oil change if you order today. There's all sorts of ways to spice up a tire offer. And that's what you want to be thinking about when you are crafting offers as a copywriter. I have a whole it's a 6-part masterclass. It's the longest masterclass I ever recorded. The full recording took over 7 hours. Only half of that was bullshit, like my typical bullshit. The rest of it was really, really good. And that is divided into 6 parts. And it's in the eMarketer Master Plan course. I highly recommend checking it out if you can. All right. So those are my thoughts on the offer before we ever get there. Let's actually look at the copy itself from the Honda Odyssey minivan, the van that fucks. Anaheim, California, Monday, 11:30. I love this, especially if it's like typed out on like letterhead, like it's delivered via mail. Dear friend, as you can see, and it has the sort of standard trappings of a sales letter. As you can see, I've attached a photo of the Rocky Mountains with our family minivan. 1 week ago, we safely returned from our great American cross-country road trip. Glacier National Park was a fantastic start to our summer. That photo doesn't quite capture the beauty of the Rockies. If you haven't gone, then you should go. I tell my retired friends who are planning road trips to visit all the time. When they get back, they always say, that was the most beautiful American National Park I've ever been to. We're planning to go back again next summer. The writing here so far is competent. We have competent writing. Now, one of the saddest things in my life as an educator and copy chief and whatever the fuck I am, it's seeing competent writing applied to a place where it doesn't belong. Now, to experience the stunning views, you'll have to drive on the famous Going to the Sun road. We drove for 3 hours with our windows rolled down, breathing in the fresh alpine air, loving these sensory details. But at this point, you got to wonder, is this feels more like a travel sales letter, which, by the way, better context for a sales letter format than tires. We even stopped for a family of bighorn sheep crossing the road. Their horns are gigantic. I almost cried when we reached the end because it was amazing. By the way, my name is Luis Marquez. I'm from Anaheim, California. I was a road warrior for 41 years. I got my commercial car license. This feels a little thrown out. This is not as strong as the details from the previous paragraphs. On good days, it was the easiest job in the world, but on bad days, it was tough, stressful, life-threatening. I couldn't stand being away from my wife and 3 children. Fortunately, the pay allowed my family a comfortable life in Anaheim. Keep in mind, at this point, we're 2 pages in, no mention of tires yet. Now, that's good if you're speaking to somebody who is unaware or more problem aware. People who are not familiar with the fact that tires are a thing that they need. Now, I have to ask you, most of you who drive, you probably know what a tire is, what you use it for, why you need it. And for that reason, you don't need a whole lot of copy to sort of like go in through the side door to get somebody's attention. Like, you could have done all this in 1 page and it would have been stronger for it. Possibly even stronger would have been using either like an invitation lead or a promise lead or an offer lead, some sort of just direct offer lead. You know, the problem with offer leads is that at a certain point, like when you're speaking to like the most aware audience and you're just like crafting an offer, you're effectively just becoming like a business owner's phrase maker. ChatGPT is going to be better at writing offer leads here pretty soon than most regular copywriters. And that's just because like there's not a whole lot you can do with an offer. Like you just make the offer, you tell them this is what we're doing and there you go. And so, you know, ultimately, like even in the 1960s, Eugene Schwartz said that offer writing, you know, the offer lead copywriters deserve the lowest possible scale of pay. So it's not like you're losing anything horrible by ChatGPT taking over all the offer lead work. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, this for tires, it probably would have been better if it were more direct. I do appreciate the skill that you put into your descriptions, your indirect leads. And I think it's one of those things where it's like when you find the right home for that competency, your copy is going to be very good. But right now, the fundamental problem is that, again, this is a sales letter for tires. But a well-maintained vehicle is critical for your safety and others. Sadly, according to the American Automobile Association, 35% of Americans skip car maintenance. Okay, we're getting into the meat. Listen, if we're going to rewrite this to be more direct lead, these are the sorts of details that you would want to start with rather than bury. I think that this would be better if you didn't bury this and you moved it to the top. And instead, you can use story like this as proof of what you can get when you have this. A lot of offer leads and more direct leads actually are more of a reconfiguration of the order in which you do things. Stories are actually a type of proof. They're not the most like statistically rigorous type of proof, but they're proof nonetheless. And so you can actually like weave, you know, user stories, case studies, you know, personal stories and anecdotes into a sales letter that makes a direct offer. And you can use that as proof of the efficacy of the offer. Do you understand what I'm saying there? So, why should those big numbers concern you and your passengers? Okay, and then we have a few bullets. Some get worn tires. You must keep your eyes on the road. Besides, the fastest way to check for worn tires is when a mechanic elevates the vehicle using hydraulic car lift. Early in my career, biggest trucking companies. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, because of the nature of this, a lot of it feels unnecessary because it is unnecessary. Because if you don't replace old worn out tires, you could increase your risk of accidents. Worn out tires have less tread, making it difficult for your car to grip the road, especially when wet, icy, or slippery conditions. All right. Drive with poor tread or low pressure tires causing increased stopping distances. In an emergency, stopping fast is critical. A lot of these bullets, I feel like they could either be shorter, like 5 or 6 words long, and in this particular context, they would be just as effective. Because we're not building up fascination for everything, it's hard for me to say that these bullets are particularly good, because for what they're doing, they are a little bland. Lose control of your vehicle because of a tire blowout. It sounds like a loud gunshot. So, yeah, here's how I would redo this. I would get rid of this introductory material, Goodyear tires, and then bullet, warning, like, how would we do this? Warning. Think your tires are going to last another 1,000 miles? Wrong. These 3 signs show clearly that your tires are about to blow out. And you would do a bullet more like that if you were trying to tease like info, for example, or a report on like how to like do tire maintenance on your own or whatever. Things along that nature. In this particular case, a lot of this just feels very factual, very feature driven. If you don't replace your old tires, you could reduce your fuel efficiency. Now, guys, remember the bed test. And if you've watched my bullet writing masterclass, you know my whole spiel about the bed test, which is, when you spell out a benefit, do people find themselves getting out of bed, ripping off the sheets, sweaty, naked, screaming out into the firmament, "Oh my God, I need to reduce my fuel efficiency or increase my fuel efficiency," or whatever? And the answer is probably not. And if that is the case, then usually it doesn't pass the bed test. How do you fix that? Reduce your fuel efficiency. Well, does fuel cost money? Yes. Okay. So what we're talking about here is not the problem of reduced fuel efficiency. We are talking about the fact that your car is going to start becoming a siphon, sucking away more and more of your money every time you go to the pump. Why? Because your tires are not getting you as far as you need them to on the same tank of gas. Saving money, making more money, not feeling that pain at the pump does indeed pass the bed test. But we have to do a little bit more thinking, a little bit more critical thinking work when it comes to this. When we look at this, we have to look at reduced fuel efficiency, and we have to go, okay, but what does that really mean in the context of what somebody actually cares about? This is fun. This again would build up fascination for an info product about tires, but again, we're selling the tires directly. So, impact your steering. Worn and improperly inflated tires make it difficult to control your vehicle. If you don't replace your old worn tires, you could kill your children as they sit in their seats. Whoa, shocker. That's intense. That's emotionally compelling. Crazy. That is the end result of something that impacts your steering. Something that impacts your steering means that you cannot dodge a rock in time. It means you can't dodge a moose in time, or I guess it would be bighorn sheep is what you used before. Something that impacts your steering puts your life on the line. And my friend, when you write bullets, You need to write bullets as though the reader's life was on the line. A person is not going into your sales letter wanting tires. When you sell tires with a sales letter or with a piece of copy that is trying to really aggressively sell them on tires, you need to make it a matter of life or death. You need to make it feel important that somebody is making the decision to buy tires, because truth be told, it is. Tires are not just tires. Tires are the safety of your family. Tires are the money that you have in your bank. Tires are your ability to get to where you need to go on time. Tires can save you from losing your job. That's the kind of thinking you need to put into these sorts of bullets. Now, if it's over aggressive, you can always walk it back, but it's better to focus on the things that people care about than the things that people don't. And I'm telling you that people care more about saving their child's life than the fact that their steering might be impacted. And that is a very valuable copywriting lesson for you. I hope that makes sense. And then we get into the offer, spelling it out, starting at $464 for the full set. You know, this is probably better off as catalog copy. And then you're also making multiple offers as well. This reminds me of good old school direct mail copy. This is making an appointment. 25% discount for retirees. I mean, let me ask the chat. What is more compelling to you? Save 25% on a full set of tires, or buy 3, get 1 free? Let me ask you guys. Buy 3, get 1 free, or save 25%? The second. Oh, yeah. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 3, get 1 free. Mathematically, they are the same. Saving 25% is the exact same as saying buy 3, get 1 free. So, you know, if you have the opportunity to frame an offer a little bit better, you should always take it. And whenever you look at numbers like this, you want to be thinking like, okay, how can I reframe that? Numbers are always very difficult for people to understand. Saving 25%, people would be like, all right, why not 40%? That sounds like a better deal. But buy 3, get 1 free? Oh, damn. That's a good deal. So that's the sort of stuff that you want to think about. So, you know, frame and phrase your offers a little bit more tantalizingly. When you arrive at this particular address, my friends will inspect your current tires to match the current Kelly tire model. Certified Goodyear mechanics will do all of these things. Yeah, this makes it more undeniable. I appreciate that, but again, like, I feel like this would have been better as a more direct, like a direct mailer. Direct mailers are usually 8 pages long because it's like, you know, a piece of paper that's been folded over. I think it's usually A10 that's been folded over twice, and you have 2 sheafs in there. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages to work with. And, you know, that's just to keep printing costs down. And again, like when you're a copywriter and you're working with direct response, and especially with physical mail, like you have to be thinking about these things. You have to be thinking about like, okay, how do I get my copy to fit into like this small of space? Not necessarily a problem when you're working with like email or with like landing pages and stuff like that. So that's stuff to keep in mind. But I can see this working better as a direct mailer if it were more direct. This, again, I don't think that the bonus stack works particularly well. I think that you're just throwing things out there to sort of like cohere with the travel hook, but really like what you want to be doing with this kind of product is going for a more direct lead. And you can have a sales letter with a direct lead that's more offer driven, that's more invitation driven, that's based around like the problem versus the solution that you have to offer. And so if you were to practice rewriting this, that's what I would want you to explore a little bit more, Matt. And when it comes to stories and like evoking these sorts of details, you can either use it as proof or just use those sorts of rhetorical techniques for places where it's better suited. And I am glad that helped. That little teaser into my offers masterclass, 11-star offers masterclass, I think it's called. Yeah, but hopefully that helped. I am glad that helped you. I hope that helped other people that were listening in. And hopefully everybody is just like, oh yeah, 25% is buy 3, get 1 free. Cool. All right. Let's look at another piece of copy. We're gonna plug along. All right, this is a sales page for copywriting video collection. It only has a headline and a lead. Sort of on that note, reviews come from various sources like YouTube, emails, Discord. Ooh. This is looking familiar. This is looking like this might apply to something that is a Copy That product. Revealed. The private collection from our vault, built from over 40 years of combined copywriting experience, has finally cracked open to help you create high converting copy faster, making you a highly sought after copywriter. Feels sort of like a weak headline. Sort of same, not particularly unique. Very muted benefit. Yeah. These promise headlines are a challenge because if you're going to make a promise headline, you need to make the promise really, really enticing. And well, you can either like go big with it or you can go very different with it. One of the two. Another thing too is like with promise copy, like you typically want to have a call out, and like that's sort of implied by the presence of copywriter, high converting copy. So if we're going to look at this through the lens of like the 4 U's, like, is it unique? No. Is it useful? Yeah. I give it a B. Is it ultra specific? Not really. Like the eyebrow copy feels specific because I think it's specific to Copy That. And the fact that we have 40 years of combined experience. Though we might have to update that to 45 or 50 here pretty soon because I am getting older. And then urgent. Not really any urgency here. So it's not really passing the 4 U's test. Not being overwhelmed or getting lost where to start. So if you are a member of Patreon and you have access to the Whetstone Critiques channel in our Discord, you can absolutely share your portfolio towards the end of people who have submitted so far. So that is what these Whetstone Wednesdays are for. So you can multiply your income and clients' money fast, shatter blank page syndrome, become an in-demand copywriter. Stop being, and then we have seemingly more deck copy down here. Stop being an AI junkie and master copywriting techniques. Be like a tax accountant for a business, not just a replaceable calculator, button pusher. I don't know if this is working for me. Guys, all of you are watching this because you are prospective copywriters or currently working copywriters. If you saw this headline complex, would you be interested in this? Is this something that grabs you? No. That's how I feel too. For me, listen, if you're going to sell copywriting courses, yeah, and the tax accountant analogy is not really relatable. I agree. It's a challenging thing selling a copywriting course, especially like a collection from a vault, which you know, I feel like that's trying to make it seem exclusive, but isn't really landing because again, what are we talking about? Like we're talking about a course ultimately. And yeah, I would say that it doesn't pass the bed test. So we have to think about like if we're making a promise, like we have to think about like, okay, what are the promises that readers actually care about? And then we have to figure out a bridge between that desire, that yearning, and the product and like the end goal that they have. And the product effectively should serve as the bridge that gets people across there. And so what are people's goals? To become a high converting copywriter who produces things faster? Is this going to be an AI course? Is it highly sought after? What does that mean? There's a few different ways that you can approach this more indirectly. Like if you don't want to make a promise, you can use a big proclamation. Like for example, earlier, you can have a whole idea around like there's a great rift in copywriting coming. There's going to be people who are over reliant on AI, and then there's going to be another type of copywriter, the people who actually can command big clients, big paychecks by partnering with businesses. And then talk about how the skills in the Platinum Collection relate to that. Another idea, rather than doing a big, bold proclamation, you can sell with an idea, which would be like, how to make your copywriting career AI proof using some of the fundamentals of persuasion that have lasted for 2,000 years, despite every single technological development that's ever occurred. There's a lot of ways to approach this. The problem with using a promise, like, man, I don't have a problem with promise headlines, but like they're always how should I say, the simplest to write, but also the easiest to fuck up, because you are either not making a promise that people care about, that is passing the bed test, or you're making a promise that's so over the top that it triggers people's bullshit meter in a bad way. Yeah, and I think that that's a fairly strong angle. Like, there's a couple of ways that you can approach the AI story right there. And you can even incorporate the like tease a story in that too, which is like, how a handful of copywriters are still making big bucks even without AI. Or you can go like, with the aid of AI and without. Like, there's a whole lot of ways that you can crack that nugget, especially if you approach it from a more indirect idea perspective. So those are my problems with this as it currently is. Dear fellow copywriter, Copy That Show team here. This is from Alec. And Alec is one of the people I basically called out to people who took the copywriting bootcamp and said like, hey, like we need copy for the Platinum Collection. Please write some and we will pay you money. So this is a submission for that, I presume. On this page, we are going to show you how to become a highly sought after copywriter, especially when times are tough and many copywriters can't even find a job. And you might be thinking, I bet only the top 1% of copywriters can achieve that, but you don't have to be a top 1% copywriter to bring in loads of cash for your clients and yourself. Shrink the time between your first draft and your final copy. Become an indispensable copywriter. Standard promise stuff. I don't know if it's really working to grab attention. because again, it's lacking that feeling of uniqueness. Promise copy works by immediately showing results and outcomes. Like, if you are starting with a promise headline and you're opening with a promise lead, you typically want to immediately get to some results, like the fulfillment of that promise, especially when it comes to this particular topic. You immediately want to show social proof. You immediately want to pose challenges to people, being like, what separates you from these people earning $15,000 a month, $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, all just by writing a few emails, from their I don't know, sex dungeon or whatever, which is where I typically write all of my copy. And so I can hear my daughter in the background. She doesn't know about my sex dungeon. Oh God. Anyway, so in fact, we're hoping you achieve all the above faster than you might think. How? By offering you all the copywriting secrets we've learned over 40 combined years, all in our new, whatever we're going to rename the Platinum Collection to. Imagine if you could go back in time and start your life over again while keeping all the knowledge. You do things differently, better, faster, and smarter. That's what we're offering you right now. Copywriting techniques that we'd show our younger selves if we were to start from zero today. This can work, but I think it works better more in the offer section. And the fact that we're immediately jumping into the program and the product now, it's just, it immediately erases any intrigue that might have existed, which is a problem. And it basically filters out anybody who might be interested in the topic, but is oh no, you're going to sell me something, and then clicks off. So it doesn't really work. And this is not working. I'll try to get to the end of the lead at the very least. So you don't have to spend years embarrassingly suffocating while simply trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. Be it short form emails or long form sales letters, we've got you covered. It's as if you're getting clear guidance from a senior student who has already taken the same test. Writing copy suddenly becomes both faster and easier. And the more you take advantage of this guidance, so the secondary promise, aside from being sought after, is that your copy becomes clearer and faster and easier to write. And the more you take advantage of this guidance, the more your confidence will grow, and you'll easily stack quick wins. Eventually, it triggers an unstoppable positive feedback loop of confidence and easy wins. You become unstoppable. By now, you could be crafting a high-converting sales letter 2, 3, 4, even 10 times faster than just a few weeks ago. Plus, not only are you fast, but if you say yes to using as many of our copywriting techniques, your copy, it would have better quality, it would reduce client complaints, it would increase sales, it would put more money in your pocket. And we're constantly adding new resources, not to overwhelm you, but rather to add more fuel and give you a competitive edge over fellow writing needs to be smoother. I agree. Guys, I want to show you a good promise lead. I was actually studying this a little bit earlier for a separate project that I'm working on. And I want to show you guys what a good promise can look like. Sort of delivered actually in the style that I would sort of prefer. All right, let's look at this. Let's bring this over here. All right, we're going to share this tab instead. So everybody can see this. This is Charlie Morgan. Look at this headline. Marketing agency owners, coaches, consultants, and course sellers. Immediate call out. Discover how we can guarantee you a 52 plus high ticket clients in the next 52 weeks. That's one high ticket client per week. That's a hell of a promise. And it's not making that promise. It's inviting you to discover how they can guarantee it. Notice the sneaky copywriting that's happening there. It's not actually making a promise. It's implying a promise. by simply shifting the words around to something that you can discover. Copy. It's skeezy. The best part is, if you don't get clients, we don't get paid. Immediate risk reversal there. So it's a strong promise that's framed indirectly so that the unconscious mind perceives it immediately as a strong promise, even though it's technically not making that promise. And the deck copy immediately reverses risk. Sign me the fuck up already, man. All right, let's find out what he has to say.
Ticket clients for your marketing agent.
And let's go back to the beginning.
Hey, welcome to the funnel. I will be honest, this is a sales funnel. All aboard the sales train. I'm going to take you on a magical journey through this funnel. It's time. Let's go. I've activated sales mode. I hope you do not mind. In the next 10.
How did that open? What was that opening? Welcome to the funnel. Yes, this is a sales funnel. We have activated sales mode. I hope you do not mind. You immediately filter out people, and you know, like, one, the only people that are going to be remaining are people that are okay with being sold to. Great. And two, you immediately introduce yourself by injecting a tremendous amount of personality and rapport building within the first few seconds. Good, amazing sales right there. Now, once we get from that little intro bit and we segue into the actual lead text of this promise lead, and this is definitely a promise lead.
10 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can sign 52 high-ticket clients for your marketing agency, coaching, consulting, or course selling business in the next 52 weeks with a clause of a full refund and a $10,000 wire from me to you if that doesn't.
Look at that. Look at that. We are 25 seconds in, and we know immediately whom this is for, what the promise is. We've had an injection of personality, so we know that this person feels a little bit more trustworthy. He's clearly not trying to hide anything. We not only know what the promise is, but we also know that there's a huge risk reversal guarantee that is in and of itself very enticing. It's a free refund, and he will cut me a $10,000 check if he fails to deliver. Anybody who would be interested in this promise would be a fool not to continue watching past this point. And again, we are 25 seconds into a 13-minute and 30-second VSL. That is the power of a good promise lead. And it does not feel scuzzy. Because even though this is a big promise, it's not so big that it feels unrealistic. Again, one per week. And the whole beginning is he's going to show us how he can do it. So, yes, very smart to do. Charlie Morgan, worth learning from. Worth learning from.
Happen. Now, I've built my own marketing agency to 7 figures.
What is that? What is this slide doing? Within 28 seconds, we immediately know the credibility of him. Incredible. The point that listen, we are 2 hours and 37 minutes into this live stream. Several times throughout, I've been talking about how your copy needs to be so to the point, so condensed, compressed almost like a poem. Again, think about all the amazing things that we have seen so far in this copy, and we are not even 30 seconds in. That is what I mean. That's what I have been talking about. So anyway, go find this. I'm just going to post this in the chat if you're interested. The link is there now in the chat if you're interested in studying this. But that is sort of what I'm talking about when I talk about like the power of a good promise lead. And right now, it sort of drags. It's not very smooth. It doesn't weave in credibility, doesn't weave in personality. It doesn't make a promise that's like super enticing and feels realistic. Like, it's It is. It is. And so that's, Alec, what I want you to reconsider as you're redoing this lead. So, and again, like, another thing too is like, even though this was like, hey, I'm going to sell you on something, it doesn't reveal what it is, you know? It doesn't reveal how he can guarantee it. So there's the implication of discovering something there. Whereas here, I feel like I'm just going to be sold something. And that's going to turn most people off. And so that's why this is not really working. All right. Alec, if you are watching, I hope that makes sense. I hope that helps. I hope that clears things up. Let me know if you have any questions about the feedback that I just gave, but I hope that helps. All right. I've been told that there was an updated submission. So we're going to open that. We have some cold emails. More cold emails. Guys, you need to be strategic about like whom you have looking at your copy. Alex is the cold email expert. I am the, long form direct response copy about selling tires expert. I'm kidding. So, all right. Context: cold email copy for a digital marketing agency. We don't like to position ourselves as such, though. All right. So we offer more of a program or system to help construction or home improvement businesses generate more leads. Love that. So it reminds me of ShopMonkey. They are a SaaS business, SaaS marketing business for auto repair shops. So I imagine this is probably a similar thing, but for home construction and improvement businesses, which, those businesses need marketing solutions. So I'm all aboard, all on it. It contains spin tags, which is different versions that will be sent to improve email deliverability. I added screenshots of cleaner final versions. Okay. And yes, spin tax is another word for these liquid objects. Immediately off the bat, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. I feel like this is not as visible as I want it to be. Okay. Version A. First name: can you handle 4 meetings per week? Hold on. We have a question about the previous thing. How do we know such person would keep his promise about the refund or wouldn't blame on us for not converting? So that's typically the thing with those sorts of guarantees. Any good offer is going to spell out very clearly the terms of those kinds of guarantees. I will pay you more money than you paid us if this doesn't work for you thing. And you have to be very careful about taking up those kinds of deals because they will try to get you in the fine print. But ideally, what happens is things work out and you do get those 52 clients per lead. One secret that I know about Charlie Morgan and acquisition.com to an extent is that they will make those sort of big bold claims, and until you are an expert in the field, until you have been doing this a while, 52 high ticket sales in 52 weeks is actually not a lot. That's actually one big launch or one evergreen letter that you're just mildly driving traffic to from your list. And usually what happens with those sorts of clients is you don't just buy into it and then suddenly you get their service. You actually do go through some sort of vetting process. You have to apply to work with their agency and things like that. And they will tell you whether you qualify for that deal or not. So that's how they get around that. Not every business gets a chance to work with Charlie Morgan. And of course, if they don't keep their promise, you can always sue them. That's the recourse that you have. Any offer is a contractual obligation. And as such, if somebody does not hold up their end of a contract, the way that you remediate that is by suing them. That's it. All right. So let's look at this. I don't love the subject line right off the bat because it's not, how should I say? It's not passing the bed test for me. Does somebody wake up wanting more meetings? Ooh, probably not. But a meeting in this context means a new prospective lead, a hot lead. And again, like, can you handle 4 hot leads per week? Or can you handle 4 new prospects per week? Like, these are different ways that you need to phrase it. When I look at meetings, my yellow flags go off. But I can see that being replaced with a different word and it possibly working. Hey, hi there, hello, hey there, first name. Would you be open to, or quick one, interested in, or curious if you'd consider, or would you consider a pay per result partnership? Bold coming right off the bat. We'll send you a handful of pre-qualified project inquiries or qualified project inquiries or qualified project meetings or qualified quality client inquiries each week, and you only pay for booked meetings. By the way, this is actually the business model that Lindsay and I talk about in our book, No Man's Niche. We have a whole book about this business model, basically partnering up with service businesses, weird service businesses, and setting up their marketing such that you drive traffic to them and then get paid like for every meeting that they book. So yeah, it's super common, but it might be one of those cliches where it's like best by test. Yeah, my thing is like my big problem is like, can you handle 4 meetings per week? That actually, like, because I have such a negative connotation with meetings, maybe I'm biased. But I also like don't think that people naturally attach a benefit to a meeting, whereas you want like new clients or prospects or whatever per week, things like that. But yeah, if you are in Patreon, you do have free access to the book, No Man's Niche. The book is entirely about this particular business model. And what we have found is that sales by phone typically works better, especially in local regions, especially when you're doing lead gen for these sorts of service businesses. But email certainly works. Reply, yes, interested, meetings, show me. Also, this feels a little robotic. Just a little robotic. And I understand that if you're working within a particular CRM that requires a particular response in order to send somebody a follow-up, like I can understand needing to do it this way. I'll send over a quick overview, share a brief breakdown, send you a breakdown, share a quick overview of how it could work for company name. Yeah, I like how bold you are coming off the bat, but one of the things that I think you're going to find problematic is that it's a little cliche. It's a little too same. And it's okay to pitch, especially if you're pitching a business on a service or as a vendor. Like, businesses get pitched all the time, and it really depends on the type of business. It really depends on like what you've seen. Like, I would personally trust the copywriter. They seem to know what they're doing. Like, if emails like this have worked in the past, I'd be curious to know. I bet that they would, but also I bet that they've probably gotten, and tell me, Quiet Lullaby is your username. Salma, I'll call you. Tell me, has this style of email worked in the past? Or conversely, have you received negative feedback from home construction business owners based on emails like this in the past? I'd be very curious to know that, because I have definitely sent emails like this in the past. I've definitely reached out to businesses like this in the past. And like, you get one of two responses. Either like you get like, again, these people know construction. They are salt of the earth. They're more blue collar. They're a lot more like gruff. And so either they're like, hey seller, what are you selling? In which case, like, being more direct and to the point in the pitch is going to be a benefit. Other times they're going to be like, the fuck are you doing, you a highfalutin marketing person? In which case, like, it's a good idea that you're not positioning yourself as a marketing agency for people that do this kind of work. It's marketing. It's hard. I think my biggest issue with this is that it feels so watered down and so cliche. Here's a good example. Hey, Tommy, would you consider a pay-per-result partnership? We'll send you 3 to 5 qualified meetings each week, and you only pay for booked meetings. Please reply, show me. I'll send you a breakdown of how it could work for T-Lot Limited. And for me, like, when I read that, this is a fucking bot flag goes up. And that is going to be something that you have to deal with. I don't share this a lot, but I spent some time working in construction. I actually spent some time homeless and did work doing odd jobs of construction and home improvement. I painted houses for a long time. That's how I made my money to pay my way through college and grad school, in addition to waiting tables and writing on the side and doing anything that I possibly could to make money. So I'm pretty familiar with construction people, and construction people do tend to be of those two types. A little bit more like, okay, show me what you're selling, salesman, or really, really resistant and skeptical. And I do worry that if you reach out to the more skeptical among your list, something like this is going to really rub them the wrong way, because it does feel very robotic. All right, we have an answer. So here's the thing. We just started out with the sequence 1 month ago, approximately. The open rates are good for now, but only got one reply. Yes, I'm interested, out of the 1,981 emails sent. Yeah. I think you kind of have to rework this a little bit. And I think the problem is the fact that you don't, at this point, sound particularly human. Open rates, you can't really trust open rates anymore. You should trust clicks and replies. When it comes to this, what I would want you to test is something like, I want to be cautious about giving you exact copy, because I want you to be able to like be flexible with this, but I want you to approach this more like a human and really be like, hey, how's business doing? Like, and then in the next paragraph, full of candor, I work with such and such business, and, we're looking to partner with, people who do home construction or this particular type of work, and send, more qualified leads their way, or help them scale this type of business. It's even better if you can target like subject line, and then instead of doing, construction home improvement businesses, look for very specific, like, hey, do you do shingled roof improvements? Like, find the businesses that specialize that, and then create these little sub pockets. That's really good for like one-off emails. And that's actually something that I would recommend to you, which is like when you're redoing these emails, like, yes, you're doing cold email sequences, but one thing that you can actually do is actually like try a handful of people on your list and do a little bit of a deeper dive bit of research on them individually, and see if you can get them to respond to something that you wrote to them, and only them. Because if you can do that, then you can start reverse engineering what made that cold email work. And so that's not going to be possible for every copywriter. That's not going to be possible for every single business. And that's certainly going to be a lot of work. And so if you don't want to do that, then you certainly need to start thinking about like, what is it about this that's not working? And my suspicion is that for people in this industry, they're just going to be very naturally more reluctant to reply. And yes, Alex's cold email masterclass has so much good advice when it comes to writing these kinds of emails. And I believe that's in the Patreon. You should have access to it. If not, it's definitely in the Platinum collection. But let's press on. Let's look at the version B. And I'll just look at the clean version for now. Hey, Tommy. Would you be interested in a commission-based partnership where you only pay for booked meetings? At ScaleLift, we help businesses like T-Lot Limited generate up to 5 quality leads per week. We set up the full system, CRM, follow-ups, automations, and content so you can focus on running your business. We've been doing this for over 2 years and helped generate 1,000+ meetings for our clients. I love the little copywriting technically true thing that you're doing there. Like, none of those could have led to booked clients, but god dang it, we certainly made 1,000 meetings. So again, if you have actual like monetary results, like results that you can really point to, that specific proof is always going to be a lot stronger. If you don't have that, then this technically true proof, this I think we could call it false logic proof, would work really well as well. Stuff that sounds impressive, but like isn't when you think about it for more than half a second. Reply yes, and I'll send a quick breakdown along with some testimonials. I think asking a question is going to be stronger. I think, like, you know, would you be interested in a partnership? Would you be interested in, like, you know, having us send you, you know, extra business? Like, another thing too is like, you're really opening up with this, you know, would you be interested in a commission-based partnership? Like, yeah, maybe move that a little further down and open up with like something of personal interest to the person receiving it. And you're going to have to be fairly general with personalization there. And open up with a benefit. Because here, like, you're not really, like, you're really relying on people understanding the benefit that comes from having 5 quality leads per week. I know construction people. Not all of them are going to know what a lead is. So basically you just sent an email promising them something, like, and they don't even know what it is. You basically just effectively said, like, hey, Tommy, would you like to buy a squiggly bork? And Tommy's going to be like, no, what the fuck is a squiggly bork? Delete. So you have to be very careful about incorporating marketing jargon into emails that, again, are going to, let's be real for a moment, construction people, home business, home improvement people. You know, we're talking about the, you know, regular folk, salt of the earth, you know, morons. It's an old Blazing Saddles joke. Nobody get tilted if you do construction. But that's just dancing around the point that I'm trying to make here, which is very simply, like, you're going to encounter people that do not intuitively understand the benefits that you can deliver to your business. And from what I can see from your email copy so far, you are not spelling out the benefits for them clearly. And yep, gotta speak their language. Helping bullets before writing copy helps in writing copy. Well, it helps you clarify your ideas. It helps you come up with subheads. It helps you structure your ideas. It helps you come up with frameworks for the benefits for products. Bullets help a lot. It's a great brainstorming technique. Anyway, moving on. Same subject line follow-up. I love these styles of sequences. Let's look at the clean version. Subject line. When you do a same subject line follow-up, one thing that you might want to do is either start it with forward or colon, as though you were replying or forwarding a message, or like there was some sort of like interaction that occurred before. Sometimes that triggers the spam bots, sometimes not. You got to be careful with that. Hello, Tommy. Are you getting leads that convert into real projects? We partner with construction and home improvement companies like yours to get them 3 to 4 meetings weekly. It's results-based, and we take care of the full system for you: CRM, automations, follow-ups, even content. Interested in a quick overview? Yeah, again, like if this is a follow-up, I feel like it's not really doing what it should be doing. Go back earlier in the stream, and I actually talked about, like, when it comes to follow-ups, you have the opportunity to be so punchy and so direct. Reply, include the original message. Hey, just wanted to follow up. Did you get a chance to check out the message below? ? Being so punchy like that, it really drastically improves response. Dean Jackson, the marketer Dean Jackson, has a whole book about this. I think it's called The 9-Word Email. And it's all about how he sold like yachts and other high-ticket items using re-engagement sequences that forced the email copy to only include 9 words total. And that's that's stuff that you want to consider. Like, if you find that in your follow-up copy that you're basically just sort of recapitulating the same thing that you said before, it's not a good follow-up. Your follow-ups, you either want to press urgency, you want to like draw attention to just in case the person missed things in the inbox or forgot to reply or whatever, or you want to like add some new spice that entices people. And this isn't really doing any of that. So yeah, that's again, like, you can be very specific and very unique using those sorts of like very short form, very tight emails. So that's what I would consider doing and looking at. Email 3. I feel like this needs to come earlier in the sequence. We help this business go from frustrating follow-ups and unqualified leads to 5+ booked meetings per week, £20,000+ closed in 2 months. Complete system. Like, this needs to be an email 1 or 2. Like, honestly, like, split test that. You have email 1, you have version 1, you have version 2. Split test your best performing version of the email that you're currently using, or some variant thereof. You take your pick between whichever one you feel most confident about, and then split test it against like a modified version of email 3. Like, hey, Tommy, like, are you interested in getting more business for T-Lot Limited? Just recently, we helped SIP, how do you pronounce that? Raison. I can't. My French is terrible. Je ne parle pas français. Go from frustrating follow-ups to an unqualified leads to this. And here's what you write in the copy. And here's the best part. For them, there was no upfront risk. They only had to pay us once they got the meeting straight in their calendar. Notice how I changed the frame. It went from your to their. And then you follow up with, would you be open to seeing how this might work for your business? Just a slight modification to this email, and now that's a fairly powerful email 1. So I would definitely like play around with this a little bit. Being results oriented, especially when you're making an offer, like partnering with a business, like, woof, you definitely want to put your best foot forward, and you want to make it seem like really specific and really trustworthy. Salma, I've shared with you everything that I can think of to improve this flow. And I think that if you do that, you will see better results. And I would love to hear from you in Discord if you do. If you go from 1 out of 2,000, booked clients to more than that, I would love to know if this helped. Do you have any other questions? Yeah, wonderful. Great to hear. Do you have any other questions for me? Anything else that I can help you with? Anything? Or from anybody? All right. We are going to move on. I'm going to mark yours checked. I have only a few left in me in terms of like focus and ability to speak without my voice cracking. And then we'll have to like have a follow-up stream or something like that. So I'm going to do like 1 or 2 more. Okay, great. And that goes for all of you. Like if we revamp your copy and you see good results with it, like please let us know. Like that's a win that is worth sharing. It's the last one on the Discord. This is a first come first serve thing, buddy. Oh man. So are you Morgan 888? Oh, goodness gracious. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go. Oh yeah, but I put out the call for submissions this morning. It's first come first serve, and a lot of times, like if something gets submitted at 4 p.m., I don't even look at it because I usually have everything up by like who's it like 2:55. I appreciate all of you. I really appreciate everybody who submits. Oh man, it's Nolan. Hello. Boot camp graduate right there. I hope he's killing it. Nolan, you are still working with the water filtration people, right? I'm just gonna wait for him to respond. You don't have to respond. I hope that business is going extremely well for you. I hope that you are making a ton of money. Yeah, no, it's pretty incredible. The arc of your trajectory. So I'm going to look at this landing page. How can I get through 6 pieces? The sales page, ads, a VSL. Oh no, there's no flipping way. Like all of this is more long form. It's a dental marketing people. Contract just ended. And that was an awesome experience. I am glad that went particularly well. I would strongly suggest going back to the dental marketing people. Like if you want to keep working with them, like be like, hey, like I can do this for you. Or like, do you want to crack out into this channel or something like that? I very frequently like touch base with people that I've worked with in the past, or at least I used to when I still did more freelance stuff. But yeah, anyway. So context. This is a landing page for a DISC Advanced Accredited Coach. Prospects will land here from social posts and ads. The ads and social posts have yet to be written. The offer is a behavioral leadership assessment for high-achieving professional women who manage teams but feel frustrated by miscommunication, misalignment, or team underperformance and want the clarity to lead with confidence again. Okay, high-achieving professional women. Dig it. That is literally my kink. Love it. There are 3 tiers to this offer. Ideal client, experienced, growth-minded professional woman, 30s to 50s. Perfect age range too. In a leadership role, manager, team lead, executive, or HOD. issues she is dealing with: communication friction, team misalignment, second guessing her leadership despite being highly capable. Okay. If you're a high achieving woman second guessing her leadership, here is how to lead with confidence again. Very direct. I'm wondering if this is all you need for that headline. I do appreciate the call out and the problem, but it feels a little ham-handed. I can see this working, but I think that you might this might be better if you make it a little bit more, not vague, but if you reframe the problem like teaching people how to increase their executive power. What did I do there? Leading with confidence, we've transubstantiated that into a concept that we're going to invent called executive power. That's just one of many examples that you can do. The reason why you want to do that is because it gives you more versatility in your copy to basically make a larger promise, to build more intrigue, to effectively, how should I say, capture more people that this would be applicable to. Because here's the thing, and this is something that a lot of people don't really understand about more unaware audiences, is that, and this is especially true for people that are high achieving, they might have a problem and not be willing to acknowledge or admit that they have a problem. And so when you present the problem so directly, what happens? It's actually a turnoff. If you go back to Eugene Schwartz's whole spiel about unaware audiences, most of what he's talking about is not people who simply don't know stuff. He's specifically talking about people who, if there's a problem, people might be so reluctant to admit their problem that they cannot be willing to hear it out. Hold on one second. What's up, baby? What's going on? And they beeline it for the garage. Yeah, they just went straight for the garage. Oh my God. See you later. Here, can you close it and go out that way? Yeah, the little Seans came in and then went immediately out the other side. Oh, dear. All right. Would executive power be fluff copy, not specific? Again, when you create a transubstantiation, you want to make it as specific as humanly possible. I can hear that. My daughter is screaming for Gatorade. She calls it blue juice. Anyway, the whole purpose of transubstantiations like that is to, again, build intrigue around a concept that people are uncomfortable admitting. And just to reiterate, I apologize. A lot of people that consider themselves high achieving don't want to ever admit that they have a problem. It's often very difficult for them to seek help for that reason. That is why products like this exist. And so ultimately, that's something that you're going to have to consider, maybe rethink a little bit too. Maybe this would work. Maybe this would work very directly. But based on my experience of selling coaching products and stuff along this line, being too on the nose can actually be a very strong conversion killer. And you want to be careful with that. I mean, listen, chat, I'm sure many of you know somebody who's really intelligent, really capable, really gung-ho driven, but they are their own biggest problem. How many of you know somebody like that? Let me know in the chat. Ultimate ego. Yeah, absolutely. And the problem with that is because they know they're smart, they know they're cool, they know they're great. But when you have this sort of like vision of yourself in your mind, it's very difficult to acknowledge the possibility that there's something wrong with you. This is actually getting into territory that I talk about more extensively in my Going Beyond Features and Benefits, the whole, Advantages, Deeper Benefits masterclass. That's free on the YouTube channel. You can go check it out if you want. But like a lot of copy that helps people overcome their problems, especially if those problems are things that they're embarrassed about talking about, they usually approach it either from a slant or by promising a benefit that is tangentially related to it. Listen, I'm sorry that I keep having to bring up the sales letter, but it's a very clear example of what I'm trying to talk about. But in the Deeper Benefits Masterclass, I use an example of a sales letter for pickup artists. And the whole thing, like the whole lead, the headline and the lead was all about like whipping out your magic pussy magnet and like being able to have sex with whomever you wish. And it's only later on, like many, many pages later on, that it starts, so it starts by showing a superficial benefit or a superficial outcome that people superficially want. And only later on do we start getting like more insight into like the actual problems it solves, like men's discomfort with being lost, men's discomfort with being vulnerable to somebody else, men's like natural discomfort with like being so close to somebody that it almost hurts emotionally. Like it's very difficult for men to be vulnerable in that way. Somebody was talking about how the question for women is like, would you rather be lost in the woods with a bear or a man? And most women would say bear, because a bear is actually going to be more likely to be afraid of you than a man. But there's the sort of male like flip of that, which is like, men, who would you rather share your feelings with, a woman or a tree? And most men would choose a tree. And so that's the whole logic behind sales letters like that pickup artistry sales letter that promises that superficial sex desire and then transitions into more like vulnerability. And it's because you can't like come at some of these uncomfortable things head on. I apologize for spending so much time on this, and that's why these streams tend to go so long, but like I'm really trying to think very carefully and show my thought process behind like why I think that this just isn't working and why I think going direct in this way might be a detriment to what you're trying to achieve. Again, I apologize for spending so much time on that. When leadership starts to feel heavier than it should, it's rarely because of a lack of skill. Often the challenge is how behavior is landing. I'm not sure I like the phrasing of that. Even small misfires in communication can erode trust, slow down progress, and leave even the most capable leaders second-guessing themselves. But it's not about fixing who you are. It's about gaining behavioral clarity, the ability to see how your leadership style is actually being received and what to adjust to reduce friction and lead with more confidence. All right, chat. I need you to do me a favor. I need you all to pretend that you are a woman and that you are high achieving, but you've been second guessing your confidence. Does this lead entice you to keep reading? Yes or no in the chat. Listen, I know my client. I know my demographics. And like in terms of people who watch the free stuff, it's like 80 to 90% male. But in terms of on the paid side, it's like close to 50-50. And I know we have some high achieving women that are watching this. Now, we're getting some responses from people that are imagining themselves in this position. And the answers are not really. Honestly, hell no. No. How are you high achieving and second guessing your confidence? It happens. So this is not working. The whole purpose of a headline is to grab people by the eyeballs. That is to capture attention. And then the whole purpose of a lead is to keep and channel that attention. And so the problem with this is that it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's not capturing and channeling that attention. The whole purpose of your first paragraph is to get somebody to read the next. The whole purpose of the next paragraph is to get somebody to read the next. And honestly, I don't want to keep reading on. It's just not, it's not grabbing. It feels too highfalutin. It feels like it puts too much of the blame on the reader. It feels too direct and a little ham-handed and a little bit too much like copy. Ooh, we have an announcement video literally going out tomorrow, but to spoil things a little bit, May 1st. But yeah, exciting announcement video coming out tomorrow. And we have a very astute watcher. A story would be way better here. I agree. I think that this would be better if this were more indirect. And I think that this would be stronger if it actually started with a story. I think that the approach here would be more, how should I say, suited to a more indirect approach. If you were going to go more direct with this, like I would say maybe a promise lead would probably be better. But right now, like, what is the promise? Learning how to lead with confidence again? It doesn't pass the bed test, especially for somebody who's not willing to admit this is a problem. So here's that's my thoughts on the opening here. What is behavioral clarity and why it changes everything? Most high-performing women don't struggle because of a lack of experience. Now, I want to listen. I don't think that the copy is particularly strong here. I think that there's competence here, but I think that the approach is wrong, especially because it's not. It feels very corporate. It feels very sterile. Now, I want to make a little asterisk, a little fine point to everybody who's watching right now. A lot of clients want that. A lot of clients think that that is what they want, think that is what is best. They are very much afraid of anything that's spicy, that's provocative, that goes against what they in their head think is good marketing. And so it's entirely possible that this particular copywriter is working from a brief that basically spells out, yes, you need to be writing this way. Or conversely, has been told by the client that they need to be writing this way. And when it comes to that, like, honestly, like, that's just a choose your own adventure thing. Do you like try to work with the client? Do you try to like renegotiate? Do you try to like push back? Do you like present two alternative leads and, you know, say like, hey, let's test? Again, your career, your choice. Right now, I don't think this is working, but I have known clients in the past for whom this would be like, mwah, this is their cup of tea. Clients like that, they don't pay great, but they, you know, they pay. So there is that. Yeah, and this ultimately, I think, falls into the trap of over-explaining. Rather than telling me that behavioral clarity is valuable, show me examples, give me case studies, tell me stories, show me anecdotes, give me social proof. Reapproach this. And I mean, literally revise, like re-see like how you want to go about this piece of copy. And I think that would improve it. Wes, do you have any questions for me about this? Okay, no questions. All right. Better Men Coaching. Oh, we're back into pickup artistry territory. Here, let's reload. This is from Ben. Ben, if you're watching, hello. All right. Context. This is a life coaching service. Coach Wayne M. Levine provides a broad range of programs for men, ideally 40 to 65. Cool. This is one-on-one coaching, divorce coaching, couple coaching, crisis coaching. It feels like an odd combination of coaching skills. But his best-selling service is the relationship coaching program. Let me see this. Okay. All right. Oh, here, let me rewind. Relationship coaching for men. Relationship coaching. Am I a candidate? What is relationship coaching? For the past 30 years, the issues men have brought most to coaching have been problems. Oh my God. This copy is terrible. For the past 30 years, the issues men have brought most to coaching have been problems with their primary relationships. That is a fucking sentence. These long-term committed relationships offer us the opportunity to see who we are as men, and that shows us where we can grow and change. I think that's a good thing. My experience has shown that it's truly a lifelong endeavor. Yeah, right? It's a mealy sentence, and all of these are mealy sentences. I can understand why you're trying to write it to be good. All right. Down below is a sales page I wrote to specifically boost sales for that product. I'm going to give you a quick lesson for everybody. When it comes to products that businesses are selling, if you are being tasked with writing something and say they have 3 products and one of them sells really well and the other 2 sell not so great. A common problem that I see copywriters making is that they think, oh, I need to improve the copy for the 2 that are not working. No. Oftentimes, your best opportunity is to rewrite the copy for the product that's currently working the best. And the reason for that is because the list responding to your offers might simply be more inclined to buy that product to begin with. So that's a little hack for anybody writing spec pieces, for anybody working in-house. Like, don't be like me early in my career, where you only pursue like the roads that people are not traveling. No, go for what's hot. The expression that we often use, or that I often use, is follow the fire. So this copywriter is doing a good job following the fire. Main goal is to have these people book a free 90-minute consultation. That's a hell of a consultation. Book a free 15-minute consultation at best. 15 is better. Why? Because you can do more of them. To persuade the reader that Better Men Coaching is the solution that they are looking for. Better men, so that you don't feel like you have to tell your feelings to a tree. You can actually, maybe one day, tell your feelings to a woman. One reader. Men who are 40 to 60 years old, they have already achieved significant success in their career, but are having a hard time with their wives, family members, and themselves. I know these streams, my streams especially, more so than Alex's or Rod's, go on forever. And because I always tell so many stories. But I I knew a person who bought, it was like a men's like retreat, and it was similar kinds of copy targeted to a very similar demographic, and the whole premise was like getting back in touch with like living your true self, and the whole like unique mechanism of this retreat was radical honesty. And so my acquaintance found himself at this retreat around men who were like finally felt comfortable being radically honest, and things were going around in a circle, and like one dude straight up like admitted to having some urges that are not entirely legal in 49 of the continental US states. Yeah. So there's that. There's a whole niche market around hitting men at this point in their lives, because it's at this point where like their career is kind of mature, and they're like, like me, we're definitely on the back half of our lives, and we're starting to go like, what was it all for? Why am I doing all of this? What's the point? So that's one of those like unique, I don't really talk about this. Like I haven't done a masterclass, but there's like various like unique pivot points in a person's life where they become way more susceptible to certain types of offers and like sales propositions. Pregnancy is one. Men's middle age is one. Leaving the home for the first time is another one. Entering retirement or getting near retirement is another one. But there are pivot points in a person's life, and they're pretty predictable in terms of like how people, like the problems that people are going to have, and like the unique challenges that they're going to face, or rather they feel like their challenges are unique, but really, like, let's be honest for a moment, everybody goes through them, or at least a large percentage of people go through them. So this is what I would call a pivot point in a person's life. So very, very good audience to target with offers that can help with the sort of cliche things that men go through during this age. They get caught up in the grind and feel distant at home without knowing how to establish meaningful interaction. One idea: deep and healthy relationships are the key to a successful man's happiness. Learn everything you need to turn around relationships and build strong connections from Coach Wayne M. Levine. Okay, headline one. Ultimate coaching program to help turn men around their relationships to enjoy a happy life. Yeah. Is it a paid consultation? I want to scroll down a little bit. Is it a free consultation? I want to see the offer. FAQ. So what are your fees? 90-minute evaluation. So, okay. 15-minute consultation is free. 90 minutes is $595. 15-minute one-on-one coaching is $395. 50-minute one-on-one coaching sessions is around $5K. Not bad for one-on-one coaching. Pretty standard. Find your nuts. I love that. All right. Let's have some fun with this. A life-changing experience for men who are having a hard time with relationships. Strengthening the emotional bond. The ultimate coaching program to help you turn around your relationships and enjoy a happy life. All right. So what is this doing well? Let's start there. For men having a hard time with relationships. Clear call out, clear problem. Headline. Does it grab people by the eyeballs? Again, I'm going to repeat myself, and I apologize, but this goes back to the previous copy where the headline like very directly targeted a demographic that's going to have a very hard time admitting to a particular problem. This is falling into the same problem. So, Ben, what I said, that my long spiel previously, it applies here too. You really have to worry about men being susceptible to and open to strengthening the emotional bond. 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a better likelihood of keeping a person's attention if you approach it more indirectly or in a more roundabout or more benefit-driven way. And what does that mean? Like, you can use UGC or a case study, like, find a good testimonial and like construct a headline out of that where it's like, after 3 sessions with Wayne M. Levine, I was able to rekindle my sex life with my wife. I was able to reconnect with my estranged children. I was able to get a promotion at my job. What are we doing there? Like, we're promising something. We're promising making an indirect promise and showing a clear benefit of this. This is one of those like deeper things that people are often very uncomfortable admitting, that they have trouble being emotional. Most men don't want to admit that, or are willing to admit that and be like, but it's not a problem. But then you get to like 45, 50 years old and your wife won't fuck you and your kids hate you and your boss doesn't respect you. The underlying problem is this. But most men don't want to admit that. So how do we fix that? You go through the advice that I went through in the previous piece of copy that I looked at. Make it more indirect. Make it more clear what the benefits of doing this are. Make sure that the benefits pass the bed test. So, also, I apologize for being crass and very direct with like the kinds of conversations that we're having, but we're all adults here, I presume, hopefully, for the sake of YouTube monetization. But that is a common problem. Everything that I described, very common. Men ages 40 to 60. I will give you practical steps with 8 powerful tools and 5 core principles so you can build deep connections and rediscover love. This feels a little info product-y, so be careful with that. People might get confused about what you are offering here. If you are here, you are probably experiencing problems with the other half, kids, parents, or even yourself. These challenges may have existed for a long period. They may not. Regardless, it is completely normal for a man like you to seek help during tough times. Now, credit where credit is due. This feels like it was written like this. So I think you're capturing voice well. The problem is that I think the initial voice kind of sucks. I'm Wayne M. Levine. For many men, it's often been the pressure they've felt from their significant other regarding that primary relationship that ultimately motivated them to contact me for relationship coaching. Again, what a fucking sentence. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. Like, shit. So, yeah, you're capturing the voice well. I don't know if that's a good thing, though. And so, especially when you write for this particular life coach, one thing that you might want to consider doing is reframing it, like breaking up the sentences a little bit more often, like being a little bit punchier, being a little bit more to the point. Like these challenges may have existed for a long period versus you've probably dealt with this for a bit. It's copy. We don't say the policeman meandered to the automobile. We say the cop got in the car. Copy. All right. As men, we tend to figure things out single-handedly and look for guidance only when the situation has already spiraled out of hand. Most of the people who came to me fall into this category, but it is always good because they decided to get unstuck. This program is for you if you want to feel joy and passion. I'm gonna click off right now. I don't want to feel joy and passion. Be happy in my relationships. Oh, fuck that. If you want. Okay. Quick lesson on parallelisms. This program is for you if you want to feel of value and spend your days making money in a way that fulfills you. Why not just say feel valuable? if you want to not be so angry, jealous, and resentful, if you wanted to know that you're good enough as men, fathers, and husbands, the problem that I'm already sort of seeing with this copy, and it's running into the same problem that this copy has, is that it feels like it's written for a whole wide range of people. It's written for men. It's not written for you. Do you understand the distinction that I'm making there? This program is for you if you want to know that you're good enough as a man, as a father, as a husband. It feels sterile and it talks at you. That's the problem. And I think that more research on voice of customer data would really go a long way here. Right now, this copy does feel like it's running into the same problem as this copy, which is that it feels very postured, very safe, very sterile. I think that one thing this is doing well, like, I don't think a copywriter could have come up with a better name than Hold On to Your Nuts, the relationship manual for men. But honest to God, like, do you not see the difference in tone between, as men, we tend to figure things out single-handedly and look for guidance only when the situation has already spiraled out of hand, versus like, buy my book, Hold On to Your Nuts. This is a relation manual for men, not boys. I think a really good resource for you, Ben, is going to be Rod's Brand Voice Masterclass. Absolutely. Like, go into that and look at that. Like, it is a really useful resource. And it's on Patreon. And it's in the Platinum Collection. And you have access to it because I can tell from looking at Discord, you have the name, the roll number, the color, whatever. So really look at that. Really look at, like, this discordance. Like, again, like the person who writes, Hold on to your nuts, fellas, versus the person who says, most of the people who came to me fall into this category. No, if you're going to say hold on to your nuts, be the type of writer who sounds like the kind of person who would say hold on to your nuts. This, again, it's all about coherence. I also meet with men who are in relationships with mentally ill partners. Some men even reach out. And again, like, I don't want to read this because it doesn't feel punchy. It feels very postured. It feels very sterile. It feels very clinical. And the thing with a lot of men that are like at a point where they need to seek help, it's not about strengthening your emotional bonds and finding some safe space middle ground with your partners who are mentally ill. No, you want to do all of that. You want to help people become more emotionally intelligent, but you want to do it in a language that they feel comfortable with, which is it's time to man the fuck up, but the way that men are supposed to be. What is a strong man? A strong man is present for their partner, is not just a provider, but an emotional provider as well. Like, find the notions that men in this category typically have and reframe the language to basically feed into those notions and those identifications. If you are selling like emotional intelligence products to men who need emotional intelligence products, they are going to be naturally extremely resistant to anything that says the words emotions. That's the whole point. That's why we have a job, guys. ChatGPT can't do that shit. We can. We have to think critically about how we repackage and reframe an ordinary idea and make it extraordinary and useful for the people who truly need it. That's the value. Listen, guys, let's be real for a moment. We ain't curing fucking cancer, all right? What is the value a copywriter brings into this world? It's helping people see how they can get the help they need from the products they don't realize they should have in their lives. That's what we can do. We may not be a scientist helping cure cancer, but we can help a man rekindle his relationship with his estranged daughter. That's what we can do. But we have to figure out the best ways to do it. So I'm not going to press on with this. I think that, social proof is fine. Again, I think that there's a little bit of sterility here. I think that you should punch up your language a lot. Again, nobody's going to jump out of bed and be like, oh yeah, I want this person to help me identify my conditions. Snore, dude. Again, there's such a discordance between this and this. This feels powerful. This feels like a whole thing that you can make work. But it's not really working for me right now. Anyway, become the happy man you want to be. Again, I can see this working for a very, very small percentage of people, but I think that you would do better to truly, and I mean truly, differentiate yourself from the tone of this. And I think that the best way to do it is to go more indirect, go more either promise lead and focus on those superficial promises that men want, rather than what the coach thinks that men want. There's always going to be that natural friction between offer owners and copywriters. They are natural born enemies, sharks and bears, copywriters and offer owners. But you are going to need to figure out how to frame this in a way that is going to make a sugar-coated pill. Find a way to make this more palatable for a person who does not want to swallow medicine. Again, these people lived for up to 5 decades not seeking help. What makes you think that they're going to be like, oh yeah, I guess I should probably go see a therapist now? You can't, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So you need to find ways around men's natural reluctance to getting the kind of help that they actually do need. Anywho, a good person to actually review this and whom I would love to talk about with when it comes to this is actually Kyle Milligan. Kyle would have so many good things to say about this because he is, he would be even more harsh than me when it comes to this. So yeah, I'm going to have to reach out to Kyle and get his opinion on this. Anyway, Ben, I do not know if you were watching or if you have been watching or what, but I hope that was helpful. I hope that my insights and the advice that I shared helped a little bit. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of potential here because I know this audience. Women's coaching too. I know that audience really well too. I've sold to women a lot and I've sold to men a lot too. I love this type of product because it can actually be motherfucking life-changing in a good way. Not just a financial way where life-changing gains means you lose your entire life savings. Oh God. Anyway, it's all jokes. Sort of. Anyway, I think that this product and this coach, there is a lot of potential there, but it's not living up to that potential. And the reason why is because the approach and the packaging is wrong. So, all right. Yeah. And here's the thing, Ben, pay attention to what Nolan said. The owner is going to have some epic stories that you can use. And one of the best things that you can do, for a product like this, is open with a story, especially a story from somebody who had great success. Like paint a dramatic moment, like a moment like a man on the precipice, empty liquor bottle in his hand, 7 missed calls from, his wife, like things like that. So try to interview the guru and get those kinds of stories. There's a Tony Robbins clip of him coaching a guy on stage who was being wishy-washy. Then Tony called another man on stage, asking him to make the first guy a man. Second guy just slapped him hard. Yeah. Listen, some guys need that shit. Some guys need a more gentle approach. But some guys, some guys need a fucking slap in the face. And some guys need to, as this coach said, grab their nuts. All right. I can do a couple more. And then I need to eat something. But I'm going to look at this because I feel like I've come right up to the precipice of looking at Trees copy a lot and then have not. And so I'm going to do that because this motherfucker has been a long time patron and a long time fan, a long time partner of Copy That. And so I always enjoy looking at this person's copy. Hey there, Sean. Hope you're having a blessed day today. Oh man, today was delightful. I loved it. I was tasked with writing some YouTube ads, and here's one of them. Ooh, more YouTube ads to look at. I'd like to hear your critique on what could be improved. Below is the context of the piece of copy. These ads are into individuals age 18 to 40, big spread, who experience the following pain points: lack of time, location of financial freedom, stuck in a situation they hate, financial pressure, can't spend time with kids, take them on trips. An 18-year-old who has trouble spending time with their kids? My eyebrow goes up. Identity pain of feeling like they are capable of more but are not achieving it. All right. The main idea. This is similar to a system financial promo. My eyebrow is up even higher. Okay. I teased the effectiveness of the system and directed the audience to a landing page where they can go through a webinar funnel. I like it. This, by the way, webinar funnels are my bread and butter. If any of you ever want advice on putting together a webinar funnel, kick me $500 or just get me drunk, and I will tell you all of the secrets of writing $1 million webinar funnel. That is, listen, I know a lot about cold emails, know a lot about email copy, I know a lot about all these different other pieces of copy, but when it comes to stuff that I really know something about, it is webinar funnels. Ooh, that paid for a house. It bought me a house. Yeah, that'll get you an hour. That's about all I need. Anyway, main offer. In exchange for information about the system, you need to click a link. But again, you can get it for free if you just get me drunk. Anywho, in exchange for information about the system, you need to click a link. Click the link to access a free presentation. That's the CTA. That's on the YouTube. Also, the bold words in brackets are video directions indicating how the video should be. Thank you for the critique. My favorite bald man, you were the best. See, this is why I wanted to look at his piece of copy. He knows how to insult me politely. All right, here's the hook. First 20 seconds. And let's be real. Hooks, you have even less time. You have like 5 seconds before that skip ad button comes up. So, hook. If you got more than enough money coming in each month, feel free to skip this ad. Ooh, I don't know. First sentence, and I don't know. But if you want to make some extra income and financially support the ones you love monthly, without sacrificing a huge amount of time with your kids and family, then you check out this free presentation by Latchy Pior. All right. I think that in this particular case, you should look up a few of the hooks that are very common right now. They're scaling particularly well on YouTube and Instagram. And there are two that come immediately to mind for this kind of product. One of them is the instant result demonstration. Hey, do you want to see how I just turned this blah 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 into this magical thing that's producing blah 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 income per month? Well, look no further, and then go on from there. That's your scroll stopper. Show a result immediately. Just demonstrate value immediately. None of this like, if you want this and if you want this, but without this drawback, then you should check out this. No. Start with value. Another way that this is done is with a hook that I've been seeing a lot recently, and I really like it. Here's why you shouldn't check out this particular product, or here's why you shouldn't buy this thing. Here's why you should not watch this free presentation by Latchy Pure. Reason one, you don't want extra income every month. And then you go into all the things that Latchy Pure has been doing to show people how to make extra income. The reason why that's been working is because it feeds into humans' natural inclination to pay attention to drama. Like, for example, what you should be eating on an airplane sells worse than the 5 things you shouldn't eat on an airplane. Famous headline. Very famous headline. Why you should buy the hex-clad pan does not work as well as here's why you'll never want to buy a hex-clad pan again. And then the whole ad is about like how durable, how resistant it is. And then it comes back to re-explain the hook. It's like, and it's for these reasons that you would never need to buy another hex-clad pan again after you buy the first one. Again, it's copywriting. It's using that cleverness. It's using ways to like capture attention and like, really be a fishhook in somebody's eye. That's actually I think it's a Margaret Atwood poem. What is it? You fit into me like a fishhook into an eye, a fishhook, an open eye. That's what you want your scroll stoppers to be. Like a Margaret Atwood poem. A fishhook in a person's eye. Yeah, literally in this stream, this 4-hour stream, I have gone from talking about tickling a person's anus in jujitsu to quoting Margaret Atwood poetry from memory. Anyway, let's move on from the hook. But what I would say is like experiment with different hooks. Like maybe call out more directly. But one thing that I can tell you just from personal experience is that these if-then clauses are not as strong as claims or more direct sentences. Sometimes you can't get away from an if-then clause. Totally fine. But they're always going to be less strong than something else. Something more direct and more punchy. Body. Because Lackey has a tried and true foolproof system that you can now nick off him for free and start earning extra money from scratch. Now, listen, I love me a good old get rich quick ad. I have a love-hate relationship with them. But because I have this love-hate relationship with them, I have seen a lot of them. Now, here's the problem with a lot of get rich quick or earn extra income style ads. They all tend to make the same claims. And so they are currently engaged in a sort of race to the bottom. Get this extra income in 5 minutes, get more income in 3 minutes. Like, there's a sameness to them. And when you are encountering what is effectively a low awareness, high sophistication market, which is basically biz op finance, personal finance, make money online niches, you run into a problem where people have seen many ads and they are quite aware that there are products and solutions out there that can make the money, but they don't really understand them. And so they are still technically unaware. Weird, right? Weird how this states of awareness thing works. But at the same time, because they've seen so many ads, they are familiar with the tropes. They are familiar with the promises. They're familiar with the hooks. They're familiar with all the trappings and the verbiage. And so for that reason, you are going to really run into trouble with language like a tried and true foolproof system you can now nick off them for free. I like the personality in that, and start earning extra money from scratch. That is going to fall, like, people are going to see that and be like, this sounds like everything else I've ever seen about making money from nothing. And that is a killer when it comes to reading copy. So what is a girl to do? You have to be so specific. What are ways to be specific? You can either, move this up front and have your hook be like, do you want to learn how Stacy blah 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 earns 7 figures a month working from home? Only working 4 hours a day, just typing a few simple emails. The specificity comes from the amount of time, the location, the specificity makes it feel more believable. And believability is extremely important when it comes to make money online products, because again, most people have been burned by these before. They've naturally been trained through their high sophistication to ignore this shit. And so one way to do that is to be more specific. Front load your UGC, user generated content, or case studies, or whatever, your proof. Another way to do that is to hook with what's called a taste rather than a tease. This is a tease. A taste is where you give somebody, within the first 5 seconds, something they can do right now to make extra money. It works. And it works really well for converting too, because again, it's one thing to give people information like, hey, you can do this to make extra money, versus well, I still feel like I need a little bit of guidance on how to do that. And that's the whole point of an ad. Taste, not tease. Massive, massive conversion booster. Rich Sheffrin talks about it a lot. Follow him on Instagram. He's really good. Smarter than basically any working marketer that I know alive today. He loves AI a little bit too much for my taste, but he and I drink whiskey and argue about it all the time. Anyway, those are all thoughts when it comes to reformatting this ad and rethinking it, revising it. Really quick, I don't know Sabri Subi's approach towards webinar funnels. I will have to check that out. But if you want to learn how to do a really good webinar, check out the book One Too Many by Jason Fladline. Cannot recommend that enough. If Kyle and Sean host a whiskey and cigar night on YouTube Live, ask Sean for webinar funnel tips. Yeah. Actually, do you want to know something? I once got in a cab with Kyle Milligan. This is in his first 2 months of doing YouTube. And we did a YouTube Live where I literally spelled out my entire process for building out a webinar funnel. The quality of that video was so fucking low that he took it and scrubbed it off of YouTube, never to be seen again. But yeah, basically we were leaving a promo shoot for a webinar, and we were going to go get pizza and drinks. And so in the taxi cab along the way, I literally live streamed my whole webinar making process and all the things that a person needs to consider to boost conversions. Anyway, go bother Kyle if you want to see that video again. Would a Facebook ad direct call out style hook work here? Are you tired of living paycheck to paycheck, or something about being too broke to afford family vacations? Yeah, I think that they would. I think that they would. And I think that would be more specific than this and this. Again, specificity is going to be the thing that sells this. Not just the product and the click, but also people's attention. more specificity. Why are all these people bothering me about what is it with the funnels? All right. Also, when writing ads, it's good practice to come up with 3 to 5 different hooks. Yes, absolutely good advice. Super. Santiago, I hope you were doing amazingly well. Santiago, again, longtime friend, longtime acquaintance, like really, really fantastic. Anyway, stay-at-home mom of 2 little girls, went from living paycheck to paycheck and relying on her husband's income for the bills to financially supporting her family without leaving her kids with somebody else, all because she used the step-by-step copy-paste AI-powered referral fee system. Might come up with a better name than that. I would actually transubstantiate this into a different name, call it the Imperium system or whatever the fuck. I don't freaking know. And then eventually reveal that, step-by-step copy and paste AI powered referral fee system. Stacy isn't the only one. We've already helped 678 regular people make their first income online, so they can have more free time with their families, all without any prior knowledge, skills, or risks. Skeptical, you should be. A better... Okay. You should be does not work here. Skeptical, I was too at first, but then I discovered blah, 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 blah. Do you see the slight rhetorical difference that's happening there? Skeptical, you should be. No, don't do that. Don't do that. But skeptical, listen, I was too at first, but we've seen so much evidence that this amazing system, again, one of them reaffirms the notions of skepticism, which you don't want. We're trying to overcome that natural objection that people are going to have. Versus skeptical, I was too at first, makes you feel more approachable, makes you feel like there's a story coming. It's a way of reframing this particular rhetorical pivot. And this, of course, does not work as well. We are heavily incentivized to ensure that you make the system work. No, it does not work. Skeptical, I was too, until I saw the mountains of evidence of people making this much, people making this much, people making this much every single month, all by using something specific that they were able to generate with AI within minutes of learning how this works. Like, there's just a difference. There's a greater power there when you talk about, like, I was on the fence, but now I'm a believer. People love those sorts of transformational stories. We built a 7-figure business while making over $325 million in sales for our clients. This feels like it comes out of like the blue. This feels a little bit out of left field. Like, I don't feel like the copy before has teased this or properly prepared me enough for this. I am so unfamiliar with Alan Siltanic. Like, okay, you have to understand, I'm old. Like, my copywriting mentors, the copywriting gurus that I respond to and learn from are like Rich Sheffrin, Mark Ford, Jay Abraham, Dan Kennedy, motherfucking David Deutsch was my first real hands-on mentor. I learned from Ryan Markish and Brian Hunt and Christ. I studied copy from Mike Palmer, people that you've never heard of, because they work in-house and they don't sell copywriting products because they're so good at writing copy, they don't need to sell copywriting products. What does that say about me? Oh, fuck. Anyway, revealing the copy that is a recruitment funnel, basically. So, a lot of people that are in my space in competing with copy that, I'm only I know of Alan Siltanic. I have not read any of his copy. I'm not familiar with his approach. I haven't read any of his books. And I'm sure if I read them, I would have the same feeling that I felt when I've read another, God, I don't even know who this is. Another person like who's like younger than me, and they wrote a book, and I was started skimming it. I was like, oh, you know what it was? It was Alex Hormozy's $100 million offers. And I was like, this is from this, this is from this is Russell Brunson, this is, straight from Ready, Fire, Aim. Like, at a certain point, I almost feel like Neo, you sort of see the Matrix, and like there's that whole like everything is a copy of a copy, and like there's nothing new under the sun. David Garfinkel, he and I are contemporaries. He's written copy for some of the same people I've written copy for. He's a good dude. He's smart. I think that he falls into a similar problem that a lot of other like old hat copywriters fall into, which is that the moment that they go to start making content about copywriting, they forget how to write copy, which is, again, to package things and to think about like people's objections and think about what people want, et cetera, et cetera. You see this with The Fix too, is another of my contemporaries. Financial Marketing Summit is another one that falls into the same problem, where it's like the people that they're targeting, like, copy that. We purposely went wider. Like, we're trying to hit newbies because we think that there are good paths in this career and bad paths in this career. And we're trying to get people early into good habits. But then there are people that like purposefully have no interest in targeting newbies. Dan Throssell talks about this in the interview that I did with him and Tanya Yo, which, by the way, if you haven't seen that shit is a banger. Go check that out. Anyway, there's problems with targeting newbies. And so there are a lot of copywriting businesses where they're just like, we have no interest in packaging things because, again, we are speaking to professionals. Copy That tries to straddle that a little bit too, where it's like we're trying to get as many newbies as possible, but we're not trying to get the newbies that are only going to be susceptible. Like, I just want to make money. Like, shut up, bald white man person, dude. Like, I don't want that person, but I do want a person who's like wants money, but also is interested in like words and craft and like the power of persuasion and like wants to make a living by writing, which is how I got into copywriting. Anyway, yes, everybody watching should, again, no ego. Credit where credit is due. David Garfinkel, really good podcast, really good resources. I think it was, it's like Kira Hug and Rob Marsh is his name. They have a great podcast too. I was on it once. Financial Marketing Summit is a channel that you should all subscribe to. The Fix is really good. I'm going to go hang out with them in France in May. Fuck, man. Lots of good resources. But anyway, Alan Sotanek, not super familiar. Sabri Subi, again, sorry. Like that, I missed it by a generation, I guess. I'm just too old. Too old. Speaking of being too old, I'm too old for this free training. But before you decide, let me introduce you to some more of my friends who made money in their system evangelically, like Alice, a lovely lady from Portugal, who hated her university business major, and after seeing how out of touch her professor was, I see when it comes to a system, there's a few aspects to the system. There's the name of the system that gets people's attention. The name should always imply a benefit. This name does not imply a benefit. It implies a mechanism. It implies the unique mechanism of the solution. But yeah, system promos, what you typically have, you have the name of the system and the benefits that it can drive. You have the unique mechanism of the problem, as in, what is it about today's life or some situation that prevents people from achieving some sort of success? Something to blame, basically. Unique mechanism of the problem. It, like, a good example would be cortisol, creating belly fat. So what is a unique mechanism of the solution? Well, it would be something that attacks cortisol or breaks down cortisol to help you remove belly fat. The problem that everybody's familiar with is belly fat. Not everybody is familiar with what causes belly fat, the unique mechanism that creates the problem. Then you get a unique mechanism that solves the problem, the true underlying problem. The best system promos have all these components. The problem here is that it feels like it's missing something. This feels too much like it's really relying on hype and because of that, it feels very vapid. Like, okay, what is this? This feels very vague. Because it's very vague, it's lacking specifics. It feels unbelievable. By focusing that systems promo, the unique mechanism of the problem, unique mechanism of the solution, and then like benefit-driven name, and then like how the unique mechanism of the solution works, and like start teasing that, like that is all going to make this copy a lot more powerful. Because again, you don't need to give everything away in the ad, but you do want to at least start teasing what those different components are and what that all entails. AI-powered referral fee system feels like it is more towards revealing the unique mechanism of the solution, when what you really want to do is call it the, I don't know, 7 hours to 7-figure system or something like that. I'm just, again, coming up with like provocative, interesting, get rich quickie names, because that's what this kind of copy is. And so again, it's when you reveal that it's AI powered, when you reveal that it's a referral system, you know, what you could do is you can couch it in like, here's the problem with most businesses of this type. And then you introduce how like it just takes too much time to produce a certain type of thing. And then you say, but now we live in a world where you can produce this kind of content in seconds using AI, using very specifically crafted templates that we can give you, et cetera, et cetera. And now all of a sudden, like we're teasing something very specific, and we're teasing something that's very tangible that we want to learn more about, that's still attached to that overall system. And also, what does that do? It creates a timeliness. Oh, this opportunity only exists because of AI. But oh, more and more people are jumping into this. That means that the window of opportunity on this 7 hour or 7 figures to 7 hour system is closing, which means that if you don't learn how to effectively use AI to create these copy paste templates to blah, 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 whatever, you're going to miss out on the kinds of results like we saw with Alice, a lovely lady from Portugal. Do you see how I did that little transition back into proof? That's the kind of thing you want to try to do here. God, please don't fucking remind me. I always go too long on these. Oh, man. All right. Tree. I hope that this was helpful. Really focus on that hook. Rethink how you're approaching this system. I did give you a bunch of different ideas for how you can reapproach it, how you can improve it, how you can rethink this. And ultimately, I think that it's going to make this copy a lot stronger and ultimately a lot more engaging. And it's going to make you more money. It's going to make your clients more money. And it's going to make you a fucking millionaire. That's a promise, guaranteed. I've lost my mind. Anyway. I'm going to have to call it. I don't think I have any more left in me. So I'm going to stop with trees. I know. Oh, that just tells me that I need to stop. I need to eat something. I didn't eat lunch today, man. I'm hungry. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to have dinner. And yeah. All right. How many did we get through? I got through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces of copy we were able to look at today. God, should I go for a solid 10? We're going to go for a solid 10. I'm going to look at one last one. Zane's. Okay. Whew. All right. I need to I have a timer right here. I need to start using it for these. Or I need to get Alex on here because he's better at forcing me to go on weirder tangents. Anyway, context. VSL script or video editing agency's landing page that mainly targets brands, content creators, people that want to increase their engagement and views. Love it. I'm actually working on a piece of copy that does a similar thing. It will have a casual, friendly tone. And the goal is to increase social media presence, views, brand visibility for the clients. Hold on. With their video edits. Their unique mechanism would be it's more than just editing and also giving a signature style to each of the brands. As far as unique mechanisms go, that kind of fucking sucks. You might have to put your nose to the grindstone, your head to the something. I don't know. I will enjoy the read. Thank you very much for sharing your words with me. This is the website, Giant Editing. Let's take a quick look. I always like looking at context and looking at where the copy is going. Giant Editing. Someone else is getting the attention that could have been yours. Ooh. 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 I like that. I like that a lot. My fan started going the moment this page is not optimized, and my computer is going like crazy, and I can tell that my video feed has slowed down significantly. This page is eating up my RAM. Whoa, boy. So you might consider telling them about that. This page is a lot. How we solve your struggles. Script writing. 30 satisfied clients. Editors with 5 years of experience. 4 million generated views per client. Ooh. Why choose us? Signature style. Unmistakable, unforgettable, unmatched. Here's the objection that naturally comes up from a signature style. Won't my ads seem like all these other companies' ads then? If that signature style is a thing, isn't that going to make my ads not feel very unique? These are problems. These are objections that people naturally have. That is why I said that signature style is not a very good unique mechanism. It creates more objections than it solves. Ooh, financial promotion really. Richard, you've just been hitting me with all these financial, these spicy financial promotion questions. I'm going to have to eventually do strictly all your financial promotion questions answered stream. In fact, I'm going to do that. I am going to write down your question and answer it on some future date. Because, again, my goal is to finish this and then go eat something because I'm starving. What does the process of writing a relead look like? How much freedom do we have? Okay. Here's the honest answer. The process looks like this. A junior writes a relead and it gets tested. That's it. Usually you have to get sort of the sign off of the senior copywriter or the person who wrote the original promotion, because again, all of a sudden they are splitting their royalties with you. That's a whole thing. I'll talk about it some future date. But basically, if it works and if the other copywriter is okay with that, that's great. Sometimes marketing will ask you to do a relead regardless because they can't get the original copywriter to do a relead for them. Common problem. Yeah. So, there's a good opportunity for juniors to hone their skills when it comes to writing releads. I personally, I'm a huge fan of releads. I love them. They are a clear conversion booster, a clear engagement booster. They're just great. I love everything about releads. Basically, what you do is you find some arbitrary point in the lead, or conversely, you create a bumper. It's called a bumper relead, which is you just have like an additional like 2 or 3 minutes of copy before the copy starts. And yeah, basically you get to approach it from like some different angle or some approach. Typically what happens is you find some mechanism or something deeper in the promotion and you foreground it, but there's a lot of different ways to do it. One way to do it is with a story. And that just comes from having an intimate knowledge of the guru. And what you do is like you have your relead sort of like naturally conjoin with the natural flow and progression of the original promotion. So there you go. That's the process of writing a relead. And in terms of how much creative freedom you have and how much you can make, changes you can make to the promises, not a lot, because you have to keep in mind that the original promotion went through legal compliance, and legal compliance signed off on very specific claims and promises. If you find that you're suddenly making a different promise and it no longer coheres with the rest of the promotion, that is a compliance no-no. So you don't have a lot of creative freedom, but you do have the freedom to like for example, there was a great split test between, this is for an Oxford Club, one of the control letters, and like it's still being used today, which is like, it was like the perfect retirement stock, or the number one retirement stock, the $5 retirement stock. And then they tested a relead, and the headline was like, the son of a cop, discovers a stock that allowed him to retire 3 times. And that was the winner. That one hit scale, like on the networks. Why? Because it was a really unique angle, really cool story. And again, it didn't tell or show anything that wasn't originally true in the promotion. It didn't promise anything that wasn't in the promotion. So that's what you got to keep in mind. God, that was such good copy. Like, I almost want to like review that instead of anything else. Anyway, let's look at the script. Okay. VSL script for video editing agency. So this is going to be, I'm presuming, on a landing page. It looks long enough to put on a landing page. This is definitely not going to be a pre-roll. It's not going to be an Instagram ad. I can tell you that. All right. There's one thing that can skyrocket your social media presence, but most of the agencies keep a secret about it. What? That doesn't make any sense. Every social media platform has a built-in algorithm that allows brands to boost reach and visibility. So everyone has an equal chance to boost their social media presence. Then immediately I go, well, then why do I need help? Yet countless brands struggle to get even a single viral hit, while the top 1% consistently rack up 3 million, 5 million, or even 15 million views on their videos. Imagine if instead of this, you simply opened with, take a look at these 2 videos. One of them got 5 million views, and the other barely got 50. Which one do you think it was? In fact, and then you visually like get the videos out of the screen. In fact, do you ever wonder what it is that separates content that does nothing for your brand versus content that goes viral and brings in hundreds of clients, potentially thousands of sales for your brand? Don't worry, plenty of people ask that question, because the actual way to go viral with insert platform or whatever, with social media videos, is opaque, hard to understand, and driven by algorithms that are capricious, and we don't even know which way they're going to go. But it's okay, because we have experience doing blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And we've actually found the secret hack that allows us to bypass the algorithm and get straight in front of millions of people. Imagine if this script opened like what I just said. Probably be a little bit more engaging, don't you think? Just throwing that out there. Again, with hooks, like, you have to be so energetic and so straight to the point and so immediately provocative. And there are a lot of ways to provoke people. One of the ways that, like, help shithead alpha bros scale is by simply saying something really offensive and then backpedaling it for the rest of an email. That's one way, but you can provoke people by, like, presenting, like, a challenge. Which video do you think went viral, and which do you think? If you can't tell the difference, it's not your fault. It's impossible for most regular people to know, etc. And yeah, it needs to be engaging. It needs to be provocative. And yeah, that's the challenge. Like, for a lot of copywriters right now, and, like, again, listen, don't get me wrong, ChatGPT struggles with this too. Hooks are so important and so valuable, and most people fuck them up. But if you can master hooks, oh my God, can you make money? Let me break it down for you. They weren't just lucky, sipping tea, and suddenly came out on top without doing anything. Those brands don't post random content hoping for something to work, or low-quality, boring vids that only your dog watches. I understand what you're doing here, that your dog watches. You're just lucky sipping tea suddenly came out on top. I understand what you're doing here. You're trying to make this feel casual. You're trying to make this funny. You are trying to make this feel easy to watch and feel approachable and build rapport. But you're trying too hard. It feels artificial. And because this is a 5-minute VSL, you have so little time and so little leeway with people who are looking for any reason to hit that skip ad button. And so you have to be really, really careful with these extraneous details that maybe add a flair of personality, but which ultimately detract from the density and precision of your message. Got to be careful with stuff like that. I know. Listen, I am one of the most indulgent copywriters I know, and I'm telling you that you have to be careful about these little indulgences. Just be careful. Nowadays, people's attention spans are way too short. And if you don't have visuals that attract them from the first 2 seconds, they are gone. Bro, you need to take your own advice. Every brand that has a massive social media presence follows this one core system to increase views, strategic content planning, basically great messaging. Imagine if, listen, you're adopting a tone, a diction, a manner of speaking and writing copy that is very explanatory. The term I would use, if I were being more highfalutin, would be didactic. And you do not want your copy to ever feel didactic. You want your copy to be engaging. Instead of every brand that has a massive social media presence follows this one core system to increase views, strategic content planning, basically great messaging. Imagine if instead it was, so what is it that big brands do to build these massive online presences? What is it? What is their secret? What do they do to effectively create video after video after video that gets millions of views? Now, here's the thing. After insert some credibility here, we have discovered that really there's one thing that ties them all together. And honestly, it's probably something you never even thought that you needed. We call it SCP. But really, if you want to get away from the jargon, you might call it great messaging. Now, that might sound simple, but it's way harder than it looks. See, unlike other... Do you see, like, the difference between what's written here versus how I'm presenting stuff? I'm using rhetorical questions. I'm using gradualization. I'm using these different rhetorical techniques to constantly make sure that a person always wants to know what the next line is going to be. You want your copy to be like that. Copy that's didactic, that feels explainy, is copy that can be ignored. You want to avoid that. Yeah, so I think that you need to rewrite this ad, and I think that you need to, oh, you have a little 3 choices close here. I love that. I think you need to go through line by line and really think about like how to add punch. Really think like, does this line belong, or can it be cut? Can it be shortened? Can it be made more punchy? And that's especially important in the first 3 seconds. Another thing that you want to keep in mind too, especially if this is a VSL, is you want to be thinking in spectacle. Notice how in the example hook that I gave, I immediately showed something. VSL hooks right now, to capture attention, they are so reliant on spectacle. You, as a modern copywriter, need to become a master, a Barnum and Bailey master of spectacle. And if you don't get that reference, it is because I'm fucking old. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. Zane, I hope that this helped. I hope that you got some good advice out of here. I hope that you got some good ideas for rewriting and reapproaching this on a sentence by sentence basis. You really need to think like every single word in a VSL script for an ad like this is an opportunity to lose somebody. And so if that word is not serving its maximum potential in terms of persuasion, you got to cut it or change it. And that is going to be the advice that I leave with you all this evening. I'm going to go eat something. I'm going to go like hug my kids. They came running by here earlier. I miss them. Anyway. Yeah. If you have any questions, hit me up on Discord. We'll do another one of these in a few weeks. We have a big announcement video coming out tomorrow. By the time anybody watches this particular replay, like it gets 4 hours and 40 minutes into it. That video will probably already come out, and this will be pointless, which means that you need to go back into the past and then wait for tomorrow to watch the announcement vid that's coming out tomorrow on Copy That, youtube.com/Copy That. Yeah, I remember the name of my own channel. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you to everybody who submitted their copy. I know that this is whole, I'm tearing apart your copy, newbie, be afraid. But the whole point of this is to encourage you to get better. And I hope that my advice helped you do that. And I hope that you all make a bunch of money. In fact, I guarantee that just from watching this, you will have made $1 million, guaranteed, or I will send you a check for $10,000. That is a promise written in blood. I will see you all later.